All right. Party people, welcome back. Welcome back. I've been dreading this. At least a little bit. So what's the situation? We're doing challenges. We are on the second to last challenge, aka the Penultimate challenge. This is the save, challenge number 4. EXP mode as the dead sleep. I don't entirely know what that means, maybe exploration mode. Condition 42%. Why are you up there? I'm up here, because over in that direction, there are pieces of information that I'm just trying to not hide for now. Don't worry, I can only hang on this on the ceiling for so long. So what's the situation? So last time I kind of got my ass handed to me multiple times in a row by mostly wolves, sometimes sleeping out in the cold. And so we restarted a few times. But the most recent time that we restarted, it was actually looking kind of dire. We got chased by and nibbled on by a wolf quite early. And then I got lost in the dark, in the night, in the middle of a place without any beds. And we had to burn the proverbial midnight oil for a while. And as a result, we have less than half of our health left. That is this 42% condition on the right here. But the upside is that we did make it to Milton. So we'll go over the map when we get in. But I believe, and don't quote me on this, but I believe that we're beginning to stabilize. We're still probably one animal attack away from dying, but at least we are no longer at such risk of starving to death. Okay, so let's load this and get in it. Let's also fall back onto the ground here. All right, so map, world map. We started in Bleak Inlet. In particular, we started on the lighthouse that's kind of on this island down here. We ran over here, crossed the bridge, went around, didn't go into the cannery. We went up the Bleak Inlet, through the cave that goes to the Forlorn Muskeg. And then from the Muskeg, we went straight over to the Broken Railroad, and we picked up the first gravesite that was over at the maintenance shed. This time, we did not go and loot the stuff up north. So we didn't get the festive sweater up there, and we also didn't find a fire striker. But it's okay, because at this point, we actually have a decent number of matches. Okay, so we grabbed that. Things were looking kind of dire. We ran over back to the Muskeg, went on to the north side, picked up the beginning of what has become an absolutely ungodly amount of marshmallow stalks. And then we went through the cave up here. Now, we left the Broken Railroad maintenance shed fully rested, but we left it without a bedroll. So we ran all the way over here, all the way over here, all the way over here, and went to the basin that is underneath Milton without a bedroll. And at this point, we had run out of fatigue. So we were in the process of, do you know of A1 steak sauce? Yeah, I know of A1 steak sauce. So we were in the process of basically being awake to death until eventually, and we can go into the region map here, eventually at the bottom of, so we started down here, we walk up here, walk around, get lost in this lake for a while. Eventually, underneath this waterfall, I found a pickup truck that had crashed and we slept in that. Oh, minor technical feedback from Gecko. The schedule stream thing that lets you, tells you stuff about when I'm going to go live on YouTube. That is, it's useful. And I just realized that that was a thing. I've never actually subscribed to anyone before on YouTube, so I don't actually know how that works. Your stomach hurts because you ate so much. Bobby, A1 steak sauce is a condiment. It's not the main source of food. You're supposed to put it on like salt, not like, I don't know, sauerkraut. Okay, so to continue with the ketchup, because I think most of this was in the second half of the last stream and there weren't really many people around. So we slept in the car down here. And that basically stopped us from dying. Luckily, so the first time we died, well, not the first time we died, the first time we got far before we died, I actually slept in a house over here and then froze to death because a blizzard or something came up during the night. So when I was sleeping in this car, I made sure to keep a fire on the whole time. But we survived. And then we climbed up this cliff, 2 mountaineering ropes up, snuck past the farm here and snuck past a couple of wolves. And then we went up into Milton. Completely looted Milton. Went down, we looted the cabin, not the cabin, the little hut at the park. We looted the gas station, and now we're back here. We also went up and did a little bit of searching up here, but there were wolves. And I'm not trying to mess with wolves because we still don't have a weapon. Gecko. I don't know if you saw last stream, but we died a lot. Like a lot. This is, I'm trying to think of a good comparison. It's like in those late 90s or early 2000s video games where, you know, the first few levels are pretty reasonable and then suddenly one level is just stupid difficult. The first few challenges, so the first challenge was kind of hard. That was the one where you have to go up to Timberwolf Mountain and then go to Desolation Point in a week. That was tough because of the time limit. All the other challenges until this one have been cakewalks, in my opinion, minus maybe the beginning of the Hunted Part 1, where we got mauled by a bear. But this challenge, because I believe someone mentioned that it is interloper difficulty, and there's also a lot less stuff that spawns and no friendly animals. Let's just say it's been interesting. Okay. But as the case is, we are in Milton. We are in the Grey Mother house up on the hill. And it is the middle of the night. So let's finish this sleep. We have what? 6 hours to sleep? That'll put us to around dawn. You're mostly familiar with As the Dead Sleeps as one of the difficult challenges. Well, there is all possibility that we do end up dying again, in which case you'll be able to see it from the start. Because, so in this challenge, well, hold on now. We're getting ahead of ourselves, Chelsea. We have 1 out of 5 grave sites visited. But I do agree. I feel like we're halfway there. I feel like we're halfway there, Chelsea. Okay. The reason I feel that way is because of this. 2.5 kilograms cattail stalks. Isn't this glorious? Isn't this just absolutely fantastic? This is like 7,000 calories of just plant fiber. And so we're good for food for a while. Oops, I didn't mean to eat that, but I suppose it's fine. I suppose it is okay. Okay, let's do a little bit more sleeping. Well, Chelsea, I wouldn't be too sure about that. I could accidentally sleep and just die. It's happened before. Okay, so we are fully rested. We are about to be mostly hydrated. And maybe we can... We're not really hungry. Okay. But it's still very dark. And we also have less than half of our health. Okay. I can barely see. So let's see if we can stumble down to the kitchen. Okay, here we go. There's the door. And we go here. And now I can't see again. Wait, no, I can see. I don't know if you guys can see at all. I can only occasionally vaguely get a glimpse of a window. Like this, I'm looking at a window. And I think so, no, that's the stairs. So forwards, right. Forwards, right again. Look right, and there should be... I think we're near the door. There are some windows. Here we go. Okay, so let's just sit outside for a second and see what's up. That's a blizzard. It looks like we're not going anywhere today. Or at least for now. Okay, let's head back inside. All right, so here's my current plan. Here is my current plan. There could be some more cattail stalks over here, but there's also certainly a bear. Possibly, we could go back to the plane, the airplane where you spawn in the campaign in episode 1. that should be safe. I don't think there are any animal spawns on the way back that I know of. The only trouble is temperature-wise. We don't want to get too cold. But once that happens, I think once we check that out and make sure there's nothing good, I think the next order of business is actually squirt up to Hush River Valley. We should spawn in right around here. And getting up here to this, whatever this is called, shouldn't actually be too difficult. Wait, hold on. Why does this Hush River Valley not look anything like the Hush River Valley I know? Or is it? Ah, okay, here. This is where we spawn in. So we spawn in here. This is where I killed the deer during the survival run. This is the upper plateau with a possible signal fire over here or over here. And the other possible signal fire is somewhere over here. If you go to the plane wreck down the mini climbs, you think there's a flare gun. Yeah, I was hoping that might be the case. Or at least maybe there's some good equipment, because let's take a look at our pitiful inventory. Firewood is actually kind of okay-ish. The coal is for warmth. The sticks and the cedar are for starting fires. And we do have about 30 matches, which feels nice. Medical-wise, we do have antiseptic, and we also have Old Man's Beard. And we got some teas for tea purposes. We have painkillers that we never use, reishis and reishi tea for antibiotic interior purposes. So medical-wise, I think we're pretty okay. Clothing-wise, this is some hot garbage, minus we did find a ski jacket. This ski jacket has been the one saving grace of this seed, because we didn't spawn with a bedroll in the lighthouse that we spawn at, and that has been terrible. We didn't find some other tools that I think we found in other spawns, and I think we've been very unlucky with animals spawning near us. But we did find a ski jacket quite early on. So between the ski jacket and the windbreaker, we actually have medium okay cold resistance. We found a single garbage pair of jeans. Of course, Canadians don't wear underwear, so we only have what we started with. And Canadians also don't wear extra socks. So we only have the socks that we started with. These are the boots we started with. The work gloves we found and we repaired. And we have okay headwear. And also okay innerwear. We don't have a festive sweater, which is sad. It's very sad. Okay, so that's clothing. Food-wise, we have our cattail stalks, and there's actually a bunch of food that I put in the fridge, and there's a ton of water that I've made here already. Tool-wise, this is where it's grim. Tons of sewing kits, that's fine. We did find a cooking pot eventually in Milton. We did eventually find a can opener. We do have an insulated flask. I think we found 3 pry bars so far on this run. So 3 pry bars. We lucked out and did find a hacksaw, and I believe we found this hacksaw in the burned outhouses on the southern part of the Forlorn Muskeg. So we found the hacksaw very early on, and this hacksaw has been key for getting us various amounts of deer meat. Basically, we're using the hacksaw to harvest things. And then for this stuff, we've got, tons of cloth. We've got a little bit of scrap metal. I dropped a bunch of scrap metal. So Chelsea, actually, I don't know if you heard, but we did eventually find a pickup truck that had crashed at the bottom of this waterfall, and we slept in that. And that's how we got out of that situation. So following the right, like you suggested, did eventually save us, because I wasn't planning on going up into this waterfall area. Okay, and there was also a little bit of a wolf situation over there, but we made it. Okay. Now I'm really just waiting for the dawn to come. In the meantime, I think this is the kitchen, right? Where's the fridge? Is it over here? I think I'm gonna get lost in the fridge. Or in the kitchen. Wait, broom? There's no broom in the kitchen, is there? Hold on. No, this must be the kitchen, which means the fridge is like here? What am I looking at? No, this is the kitchen. Guys, I get lost in houses when I can't see. It's actually kind of a problem. This feels like the kitchen. Here's the fridge. Okay. Yeah, and in the fridge, we've actually got a decent amount of water and a decent amount of food. Let's actually take some water. Okay. So, the things we're currently looking for are... I would like some more firewood. I would like better clothing. You guys hear that? It sounds like the blizzard stopped. But it's also still going to be extremely cold outside. Yeah, this is extremely cold. So the plane is up in that direction. I'm kind of afraid of the cold. I think we'll actually just loiter until at least noon, because I would like it to warm up. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I don't trust this weather to not start blizzarding again. And look at that. We were outside for like 40 seconds and we already lost about a quarter of our temperature gauge. So let's go back upstairs. Also a cave that we can start a fire. Yeah. I think I know which climbs you're talking about, or at least, at the very least, I know that there's an upper area with the fuselage, and then there's a lower area with more stuff. But for now, let's just pass some time and sleep a little bit. Because I've come to realize actually how extremely strong that leaving and being outside later in the day is, to the point where sometimes I can even warm up if the weather is good. Water. Water everywhere. And actually quite a bit of it to drink. You need to be a little bit careful. We also finally found some coffee. That was in one of the houses, I think. Okay, so we're going to have to pick up a little bit more water. And yeah, I don't think we can sleep for 2 hours, but maybe that'll be close enough. Maybe it'll be close enough. We should be able to get all the way over to the wreck, the crash, and back in one afternoon. So at least I'm confident about that. Let's get a little bit more of this water. Crazy how much more optimized you need to play an interloper. It's true. It's definitely true. It's a non-linear increase in difficulty. Because the... Oh, we only have one temperature arrow down already, and the weather is quite nice. So let's actually head out now. Yeah, because it's a combination of more unforgiving weather and also more unforgiving spawns. So it's like a squared difficulty instead of just linear. I definitely agree with that one, Gecko. Yeah, look at this. A single temperature arrow down. This feels extremely decadent. And actually, just in case. Oh, also, we only have 2 flares, because I've used several flares already to not get eaten by wolves. I think at one point we had 4 flares, but we're down to 2 now. Okay. Come to think of it, no wolves up there as far as you know. I think there's no wolves up there as well. It's too small of an area for a wolf to be there. It would be some kind of animal abuse if the developers put them there. Oh, and we can also, because this is the early part of the campaign, they put these rosehip bushes as like the yellow paint to tell noobs, hey, you can climb on this. And so we can actually snag these rosehip bushes. You can tell they're used for a different purpose because they're bigger than the normal rosehip bushes. For additional visibility. All right, radio tower. Does this have a backpack and or supply bin? It does. I would like 2 things in this order. First, I would like a hunting knife. Second, I would like a hatchet. Third, I would like another deer carcass. Because we're actually only 1 more deer pelt away from being able to start curing materials for some deer skin boots. And that would be quite the boot upgrade. So that I'm looking forward to, if we can manage to find one. Yeah, this is a dead end. So we'll check the cave real quick. Probably just some firewood. Is that a backpack? I can't tell. It might just be a rock. It's a backpack. An empty backpack. Crunchy, stale granola bar backpack. I'll take it. Anything in the back here? One thing I'll say, once I switched my monitor to RGB mode, everything is so dark. It's kind of hard to see in caves. I'll take the coal. Always take coal. At one point, I think I was lugging around 19 coal somewhere near the broken railroad. And we're down to like 6 or 7 coal because we used so much to not freeze to death during that night we had to sleep at the bottom of the waterfall. Things were that rough. There actually might be wolves here because there used to be rabbits. So maybe they got replaced. Okay, we're fine. We are okay, but the real question, are there marshmallows? And you know what? I think I saw some marshmallows. So already things are looking up. Yeah, already things are looking up. All these marshmallows, all these rose hips, all these old man's beard wound dressing poultices. If we get one more wound dressing here, I think I might even be comfortable dropping the antiseptic. Because 3 anti-infection poultices I feel like should be enough. At least enough to last us for the rest of our life. And this is the most useless thing. So the time that I ended up freezing to death over in the basin underneath Milton, I spent probably about 5 minutes running around a birch forest in the north end of the Forlorn Muskeg, picking up little birch barks. Yeah, birch bark tea restores health. But P is for prepared birch bark. LMNOP. I don't know about you, but I don't see prepared birch bark in this list here. And I also don't see it up here. So birch bark tea restores health, but you can't make it in this game mode. So I got punked by that one. So basically this time I just saved 5 minutes not running around getting it all. All right, it's actually getting a little bit nippy, so let's keep moving. It's not the end of the world if we have to start a fire. Like I said, 30 matches is not a low number of matches. Ooh. Sorry about that. The reason that you can't make birch bark in this challenge is because it tries to choke you. If we're speaking of teas that we can drink. Okay. Maybe you should drink some birch bark tea yourself. No, I think tea is dangerous, a little bit too dangerous right now. Okay, at this rate, we might actually... You know what? What are we going to save all this fatigue for? This is going to be the one thing we do today. Tomorrow, I think we probably squirt off to Hushed River Valley. So I think I'm okay with doing some sprinting today. Crows, please be a deer. Please, for the love of all that is holy, be a deer. We'll see. First, we want to get all these sticks. If that's a deer, we're getting that pelt. Yes, yes. Okay, okay. So we effectively have access to deerskin boots as if we can let this stuff cure. And I've got half a mind to just loiter in Milton and wait for this stuff to cure. I'm trying to think of if there's a better place to do it. Well, let's keep our eye on the prize here. And we can do thinking when we get back to Grey Mother's house. We can do all of our thinking later. Okay, any more marshmallows? No. Oh, almost missed it. Okay, we'll snag that on the way back and maybe even start a fire next to it. Don't let me forget about that deer. So we already did a very, very quick loop around here, and we did drop by the church. I did not find a bedroll there. Okay. Yeah, because I feel like I'm going to really regret not getting that deerskin hide if we go all the way back. Okay, just picking up all these sticks. All these sticks. Okay, anything on the right? No. Alright, and where's my little climbing spot? I guess we're going down this. Hup, and up. Crashed plane. Okay, we don't actually need any of this scrap metal. Probably. That's the way to the rest. Just make sure there's nothing up here. We probably don't need more cloth. And that we can go down later. I also have a very strong recollection of there being a cave at the bottom of this plane crash. Floating book. Briefcase, please have good clothing. Nothing. La Shai. Okay. We keep it moving. Yeah, I think it's warming up in the later part of the day here, which is very nice. Come on, give me these hips, or they tell the truth. And up. I'm just realizing how chunky these gloves are. At least the model. Look at how thick these guys are as we climb down. Absolute monsters. Another deer. Okay, well let's think about what blah, 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 blah. Let's think about what to do, because if we have a third deer, this actually opens up some options for us. Because a third deer could mean that we have access to a deerskin pant. And we haven't found jack-ish for any good pants. I'm somewhat tempted to snag them, if at all possible. Okay, you know what I really like down here? I really like all this firewood. And actually, if there's another deer down here, just think about how that must have come to be. You know, deer's just walking around minding its own business, and a bunch of plain junk falls on top of it. Okay. Just make sure we don't miss anything here. We got briefcases, we got containers. Of course, they're all going to be empty. Yeah. It's one of those Donnie Darko style endings. Spoiler alert, I suppose, for a 25 or 30-year-old movie. Jerry can. That's a whole ton of lantern oil. So I think we'll take it because there is a storm lantern in Grey Mother's. And we can use that storm lantern to get through all of the all of the caves we need to go through from here on.
Too much stuff to carry.
Mackenzie, quit your belly aching. There's no such thing as too much stuff to carry in this game mode. Okay, what have we got? Why do I feel like there's a bear that's supposed to be here? There is a bed. Firewood will take it. Another insulated flask. And Mackenzie is a little princess, if you hear some of the stuff he complains about. Okay, I actually do like having 2 thermoses now. Even though I've never actually used a thermos, I think we can make a good effect of them, especially heading north into Hushed River Valley. Okay, let's see. How do we get over there? I feel like that's a different place to go. We'll see. Oh, there, it's right there. Easy. Easy. Okay, so, deer number the 1st. Oh man. Oh, I found a magnifying lens at that church, Chelsea. So it wasn't a complete waste. Okay, let's start this fire. They say it was always burning since the world's been turning. Yeah, especially if the weather turns nice. We'll be able to make use of it. Okay, fire get, and now deer get. Oh, you know what? I need to put more burn time on this. Are you saying Will is the one who started the fire? We didn't start it. Will started it. That was an hour and change, right? Tons of... You know what we can do? We can also probably get a cheeky leader. We'll get all the meat and we'll get the hide. Okay. Let's think here. Gut. How much gut do we really need? I think we have... I want to say 4 gut available to us currently. Do we need more gut? 30 minutes each? Not on this guy. Not on this guy, I think. Perhaps we'll get the gut from the dude that is above. 19 minutes. Take you. And... No. Fine. Add fuel, 1 stick, and now we take a torch. Okay, so I guess we really just got a little bit of food, deer stuff, and the flask. Yeah, if we... Okay, shoes and 2 pants takes a bunch... I think the shoes might even take 4 gut on their own, Chelsea. And currently, we only have... So I have 1 deer skin in pocket right now that we just got. I have 1 deer skin already curing, and there's 1 deer skin we're going to grab on the way back. I think that's just enough to make pants or boots. One of the 2. We have to pick. Yeah, so more hips, but I can't be bothered to go back. We already have... How many hips do we have? Where are they? Here they are. 184 rose hips. And not a single one of them is telling a lie. So basically, we have decent-ish boots. We have trail boots, and they're good condition, currently. The pants we have are trash. I've only found a single pair of jeans in all the land. Which is why I'm kind of leaning towards making pants, but at the same time, I think making a hat, no, not a hat, I think making a boot is much faster than making a pant. So currently, I'm of 2 minds. There's upsides and downsides, and I haven't fully weighed them. Not completely, anyway. Yeah, that's why I'm skewing left, because I think the deer was over in this direction. Definitely a good reminder. I would have forgotten if we hadn't just harvested a deer, and deer wasn't on my mind. And where is... can I... Mackenzie. 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 Mackenzie! Oh, you know what? It's bugged. Inventory. Anti-inventory. There we go. Sometimes, I'm sure you guys know, but sometimes the interface gets bugged, so you can't, like, click anything. You have to go into and out of the inventory. If ever you can't click on stuff in your inventory, or I guess, like just now, if you're out of your inventory and you can't click on stuff, just turn it off and on again. Okay. Pop a fire. Torch, book, cattail head. We have enough sticks. I think we get the gut from this guy just to make sure. I think we take everything from him. Oh, come on, bud. Try again. 1 in 5 chance. One in 5 chance. Surely, I won't get unlucky twice in a row. It's happened before. Okay, extinguish. Holster. And let's toss on a whole bunch of these sticks. You always blow on it. It's probably going to be 2 hours and change, actually, to harvest all this stuff. But we'll do it one thing at a time. Yeah, one thing at a time, because you never know what this game will do to troll you. Also, that's a decent amount of deer meat. I never know what the game will do to troll me whenever I'm fast-forwarding time. Actually, you know what? We can just directly cook this, can't we? The reason I'm not putting it in the pan is because I want it to take longer to cook. Yeah. We'll get the hide. This entire detour, I suppose it's because of all this harvesting that we've done, but it's taken quite a bit of time, more than expected. Have I checked the bank and stuff? Yes. Pretty much every building in Milton, and even the surrounding ones that are convenient to get to, I've already looted everything from them. I got you. You're still fine. And we can probably do another cheeky half-liter here. Okay. And you're also thawing out. It's still going to take an hour. We'll do it one at a time, because you never know when a blizzard's going to roll in. Only think of as loot the cars. Yeah. I think we got literally everything, though. Surely that's not going to boil off, and it might boil off, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah. We'll do this. And just cross our fingers. Hope to live. Come on.
I might have to drop some gear.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hashtag I got the skills. And luckily this place is linear enough that I won't get lost in this fog that crept up on us from behind. Okay, eat you. And drink some of you. Oh my god. Look at that amazing 3 entire kilograms. 3 full kilos of marshmallow stalk. Absolutely amazing. I feel invincible. I feel like nothing could do anything bad to me now. Oh, another thing that I think I realized, I am not aware of a single workbench in all of Milton. I don't remember ever seeing one, either in the campaign or when I was searching around just now. Hubris. Chelsea, they say pride comes before the fall. And it seems like a lot of the times that I die in this game, it's because I literally fall. So... maybe I should just, again, keep my mouth shut. And hop. Okay. And now... wait, where the hell are we? Okay, I think... yeah, I'm remembering now. I thought we should have already... again, I always think I've walked farther than I've actually walked. I thought we should have already hit that radio tower, but I think it's through this little pass here is where the radio tower should be. Might as well replenish some of our gigantic stick repository. Oh, did I miss a stick? Oh yeah, no, you mean to the right, up here. Yeah, because the left is the cave. I also forgot the cave was there. So I probably would have gone the wrong way and realized. Okay, here we go. Or in the words of our favorite Italian plumber, here we go! Actually, I don't know if you guys like Mario or Luigi more. So perhaps I shouldn't have said that. I'll have alienated the entire audience. Okay. Sneak through this cheeky little spot. Look for the thing that used to be our yellow paint and climb down. What do you think the odds are that a wolf has moved into the town of Milton proper since we've been down there? So far, I think I've been lucky in Milton. There haven't been a lot of wolves in places that I've tried to go, except for the farm. The farm and the I call them the Midlands, not the Lowlands. The Lowlands is the basin that we got lost in a few nights ago. But the Midlands, which is, you know, the farm that's underneath Milton, and Milton itself, I've been kind of lucky. The northern upper areas, that I've been unlucky and lucky at the same time. Unlucky in the sense that wolves are there. Unlucky, no. What did I just say? Lucky, oh, you know what? That's an interesting quirk of the lighting engine. Screenshot. Yeah, so that's why I'm saying I've been lucky in some sense. Because the wolf at the gas station was on the other side of those tree stumps. It wasn't anywhere near the gas station. And the wolf in the woodlot wasn't there. Yeah, tell me this is like Silent Hill 2 level ominous. You guys hear a scraping greatsword? I think Pyramid Head is around here somewhere. Okay, back inside. Hopefully it's not too dark to see. It is too dark to see. But it's probably not too dark to get some work done if there's any work to be done. So first, where exactly did I put the... yeah, see, I've already got one deer hide down here and curing. So let's actually drop the other one and all this stuff, because I'm sure if I didn't accidentally look down and see that deer hide, I would have forgotten to drop them. Spray paint, radio. I'm sure that I dropped the storm lantern somewhere on the ground here, but I think I might already be lost. Deer hide gut, down. Mountaineering rope. Oh yeah, so this, we're going to have to remember to bring this mountaineering rope with us, because this guy is going to be necessary in the ravine here to get this thing, because I have never in all of my traversals through this area seen the mountaineering rope on the rock that's right here be there. But I think I put the storm lantern somewhere near the mountaineering rope. Okay, never mind. That's a bust. So this is the kitchen. And we don't have anything to cook. Perhaps I put it in the fridge. I don't think I put it in the fridge. I didn't put it in the fridge. Okay. Let's check the clothing. The toque is nice. The jeans are fine. The ski jacket is great. The socks are decent. Everything is pretty high condition. And I don't think we have any cured leather, so we couldn't even repair the work gloves if we wanted to. Okay. So let's make the decision for what we want to do with regard to this clothing. So deerskin boots, 2 hides, 4 gut. I'm pretty sure we've probably got 4 or 5 gut curing right now. And we do have 2 hides, and it'll take 12.5 hours to make. It'll give us 2.5C, 2C, 50%, 7%, 5%. I'm not so worried about the last 3, because I'm sure that if we get attacked, we're dead anyway, so the amount of defense doesn't really matter. Deerskin pants, on the other hand, 3 hide, 4 gut, same amount of time, and that's only 2 Celsius, 2 Celsius. So the boots are actually better for warmth. They both weigh the same. They both take the same amount of time to make. But we would be replacing a jean, which is only 1 Celsius warmth, 0 wind chill, with a 2 Celsius, 2 Celsius. So in wind, that's effectively a plus 3 Celsius. On the other hand, we'd be replacing the trail boots down here. And the trail boots are 1 Celsius, 1 Celsius. So instead of getting us, what would this be? 3 Celsius total warmth and wind, it would be getting us 2.5 Celsius, because we get 1.5 warmth and 1 wind. I think it's a better idea to replace the jeans. Yeah, I would like to find a second pair of pants. We have found only 1 other pair of jeans, other than the jeans we started with. It's been, for some reason, I'm getting the impression that Canadians don't wear pants. It's like only a thing that weird Canadians do, like French Canadians maybe are the only ones that wear pants or socks or underwear. So I'm not going to ask about it. I'm not going to be worried about it. I'm not going to question it. But what I will say is it's gotten so dark that I can't actually see the windows anymore. That is not great. So table, left, cardboard box. Do we have anything we can put on the ground here? Yeah, okay. We'll use the cooking pot to figure out where stuff is. Does anyone recognize what that silhouette is? Perfect.
I need to drop something.
Higher tier stuff doesn't spawn often, if at all, on Interloper. I wouldn't expect pants to be high tier spawn. Okay, so we've got a decent amount of coal, burnables. We're going to be taking that second cooking pot with us when we leave. What else do we have? The French who had the sans culottes. I'm assuming that is just the French way of saying a kilt. Oh. So 1 gut, 2 gut, red gut, without breeches. Yeah, that's a French thing, blue gut. Actually, we have a decent amount of gut here. So I did take the time, and this was probably a waste, to snag a maple sapling and a couple of guts. I was planning on making a bow. Eventually, I feel like we might find some arrows over in the mountaineering hut, hopefully. But if we can get a single arrowhead, I would be feeling much better. I'm actually regretting not doing any forging back when we were at the forge in the maintenance shed over in the Broken Railroad. But I think on this run, I think we didn't actually find a heavy hammer. Like every other run, we found a heavy hammer super early, but not on this one, for whatever reason. Okay. But I think we're fine here. Yeah, Grandmother definitely... that's a fork. No, that's a spoon. She definitely didn't leave us her rifle. Very rude. Okay. We can probably sleep until mostly dawn. Yeah, so there are clothing here, but it's all, yeah, more jeans. Did in the maintenance shed in the Broken Railroad, you left it. Okay, yeah, that's entirely possible. If I'd been thinking ahead, what I probably should have done was forge a couple arrowheads. But at the same time, I think that if I had used the coal to forge the arrowheads, we probably would have frozen to death when we were sleeping in the car underneath the waterfall. So I'm thinking perhaps we got serendipitously lucky on that decision. We've got all this scrap metal. If we can find enough stuff, I think we need 2 cured leathers. We can make crampons with the scrap metal. But certainly at this rate, at this point, we're not going to be doing any forging. Okay, so let's extinguish. And if it lets us, just to burn a little bit of time, maybe let's do some repairs. Can't repair in the dark. Let's refuel this. So 2.87 liters. Surely it's okay if we use this storm lantern to do some repairs at night here. I think we're definitely not going to use all this many liters of storm lantern fuel. So let's repair this. And let's also repair one of the genes. It's not going to be the greatest use of our resources, but I think going into Hushed River Valley, every little bit's going to help. Full lantern lasts 4 hours. You know what, Chelsea? I already knew that. You want to know how I knew that? If you remember, at the very, very, very end of the survival run, the last thing I wanted to do was construct from a bunch of cedar wood, was construct a workbench. And to construct a workbench, I needed to break down a different workbench to find the workbench vise. And the workbench vise that I decided to break down was in the cave between Desolation Point and the Crumbling Highway. Because I thought, there ain't no way that I'm ever going to be using any kind of a workbench in some place that is perpetually dark. It takes 4 hours to break down a workbench. And you can't break down a workbench in the dark. And you can't start a fire inside that location in the cave, in the mine. And so I filled up a storm lantern to full and just sent it and hoped. And it ended up taking exactly the 4 hours that it took to break down that workbench. Yeah, I don't think anything else here would really be worth. So decent sweatshirt and a thin wool sweater. I think these things are better than the sport vest and the sweatshirt. Wait, we already have a sweatshirt. Yeah, so the sweatshirt is better for wind resistance. It's not good for warm resistance. And so that's on the outside. We don't need a second. The thin wool sweater is better for warmth resistance. And I'm pretty sure the sport vest is just hot garbage. Yeah, half Celsius, half Celsius. Hot garbage. Okay. Turn this off. Refuel it. Action refuel. Oh no, it's definitely good information, because if I hadn't happened to have done that, I would not have known. There's no way I would have been able to estimate, because I've never used a lantern for very long. Definitely not long enough or while watching a watch in order to gauge properly how long. So it's like, you'll give me 10 pieces of information. I'll know one piece of that information that you give me. And that was the one piece. Don't tell Monkey D. Luffy. Okay, we can sleep for 9 hours. Spelunker's lantern lasts longer, but you sacrifice light radius. That would be good for doing work in the dark. But I think I'd prefer the radius. Okay, what time is it? I think we could actually probably sleep until almost dawn. But we'll never sleep in long bursts again. Never in my life. On God. As the kids say nowadays. It's also probably Lantern DLC because I've never seen it before. 1 point nice liters of water. And it also sounds very windy outside. Okay. Sleep for 4 more hours. Hope the wind doesn't break through inside and make us freeze to death in the middle of a house. Wouldn't put it past the game. Okay. Normally, and I'm thinking about Hushed River Valley now. Normally there's a whole bunch of places that I would consider going in Hushed River Valley just to check for stuff. Like, for example, there's, I think it's like a 50% chance that the signal fire is right above the, where is it? I think there's a 50% chance that this signal fire is like right above some cliffs here. Probably. The problem with that, of course, is that that's up a climbing rope, and I don't think that we can afford the fatigue because we don't have a bedroll. I think we're just going to have to slip up here, down through this area, and straight over to the gravesite as fast as we can get. Let's check the weather. Whoops. I thought I was trapped behind the door. Yeah, we'll leave these on the floor, and they can continue curing. Okay, weather is sunny but windy. Not the best. Yeah, Hushed River Valley weather is trash. Yeah. I'm definitely not going to want to sleep there. Although there are a bunch of caves we can sleep in, and I'm pretty sure I know where most of them are on the way there. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to wait for a little bit. By the time you're back, the skin should be cured. Hopefully we'll be too fast for the skins to cure. That's my dream. Okay, we'll pass time for 2 hours, and then we'll rest for however long we can. Probably 1 or 2 hours. Then we'll just make sure we have water, make sure we have food. And let's actually check our carry weight, just in case. Because you know what might actually be, if the signal fire is right above us, there's a non-zero chance it'll have a moose hide satchel. Which is actually kind of tempting. Kind of tempting. Okay. So, how's the weather? Is it still unreasonably windy? Kind of. Okay. We're going to put this down. Is it not sunny anymore? Come on now. Well, I was going to start a fire with the magnifying glass. But it seems like that is not meant to be. So instead, start a fire here. With a book. And I suppose we have to use the wood matches. And a cattail head. Because what we're going to do is we're going to make use... Come on now. Actually, before we do that, how many prepared rose hips do we have? We have 1 prepared rose hips and 3 already made. Okay. So here's the strat. We're going to warm up 2 of those rose hips, and we're going to cook those pinnacle peaches. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Then we'll eat the pinnacle peaches, and we'll head out. The rose hip teas we'll put inside the insulated flasks.
Come on.
If we need it, we can quaff them real quick.
That did it.
Okay, so first off, place a hip. Actually, let's place a coffee. And we can, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. We will cook a peach. Let's also make sure that this isn't going to go out. 9 minutes, 15 minutes. Okay, fine. We'll add fuel. one cedar, one book, and a few sticks. The reason what I'm going to do is I'm going to get these guys. You can sit on here because, okay, here's what we're going to do. The peaches will cook, and we'll eat the peaches. To make the peaches better to eat, let's have some things that are going to make us a little bit thirsty first. Like the crackers. And the beef jerky. No, chocolate bar. Okay, so this is fine. We'll eat the peaches. Once those are eaten, we'll put these in the flasks. Then we'll head out. No, before that, we'll put on 2 more liters of water here. How much water do we have? And let's get some water from this. I would like to not stop. I would like to not stop. We can drop the jerry can. And what else can we drop, probably? I would drop the pry bar, but I think that's our only weapon. Okay, eat the peaches. Yeah, so we'll make coffee. Well, first off, melt that and that go. The only reason I'm not thinking of making coffee right now is because we've got one that's hot here, and I actually don't know how to use these. I guess we do this. Wait, hold on. Oh my god, you can put... Oh! I thought you could only put one at a time in there. Okay, well for now, let's just do that. If I had known, I would have put... You know what? There's nothing stopping me. No, it'll take too long. Okay, we're fine with this. We're going. How much carry weight do we have? We don't need these. What else don't we need? We don't need that. What else can we drop? We don't need this. We don't need so many rose hips. You said make the coffee, put it all in the flask and keep it warm. If I had known, I definitely would have planned ahead. But for now, I think the next time we make a fire, we can do that. Because we do still have one cooking pot with us. But I think for now, we just head out. You know what? We should probably get torches. It's not so windy that it'll blow them out. I know, I keep delaying instead of just heading straight out. Okay, but while this is going, we will add fuel, more sticks. Pick up sticks. And then, Flora's Place, welcome. Welcome. Good things are happening, I think. Probably. Hopefully. We can dream, right? We can dream about good things happening. This is a bad torch. You have returned. Many of us have returned. So I don't remember if you saw, but we are doing, these are terrible torches. We're doing As the Dead Sleep. We're in Milton. We're stabilizing. Things were rough in the beginning. They were very rough in the beginning. But we're stabilizing, and right now we're preparing to do a very, very quick, if I have my words. No, the scary monster one is next. That's the Dark Walker. Okay, let's go. We're going to try to squirt over to Hushed River Valley. We're going to grab one of the... Where is it? Where's my exit? We're going to grab one of the graves over there as fast as we can. Although there are probably wolves and stuff in the way. And then hopefully we can head back. I think this Hushed River Valley one is going to be the riskiest grave to snatch. I'm feeling moderately okay about all of the rest of them. But there's possibly wolves in front of us here. There's possibly wolves down this ravine to the right. And there's also possibly wolves over that hill that we're going over to. So, let's keep an eye out, right? Let's definitely try to keep an eye out. I don't see anything, do you? I don't hear anything. Unless... Okay, I think I'm feeling pretty okay about this now. Yeah, there... Oh, that already expired? Come on now. I guess, you know what? It's fine because I suppose it's the torch that is doing this, but we're warming up still. Somehow. Not entirely sure how that works. But I'm not mad at it. Okay, so we'll head up and over. There is a trailer up on the hill here. I think we go past it. I think we ignore that completely because there could be wolves in that direction. All right. Give me the next. And let's just keep it moving, nice and fast. Or let's just say nice and slow, because slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Yeah, so there's the trailer. We're not going to go over there, because I think there's a wolf. I almost got jumped on by a wolf over in those hills, but it gave out the loudest awoo right before I crested. Extremely concerning. Extremely concerning. Okay, and I think the key... Yeah, I hear that guy over there. Cockroach, what up? What up, my crazy copy pasta brother? Okay, yeah, I think the cave to Hushed River is like right over there. And we can actually, as is customary, snag some sticks along the way. Whoop. Okay. So, Cockroach, we're in the process of dying. We're dying slowly and unexpectedly, but it's happening nonetheless. Okay, anybody hiding over here? No, I think we're fine. Any bears? No, there's a bear somewhere over in that direction. There's also a ton of cars on a bridge. I am debating, do we go by the bridge next time? I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure there are wolves that way. And the name of this game is Avoid Fluffy Things. And so we're going to do that as much as is feasible. Even though it's not always going to be feasible, especially, I suspect, in this next upcoming region. Okay. Design teenagers with anime. Cockroach, that is incorrect. That is an incorrect thing to say. It's not people who design teenagers, it's people who design schoolgirls in anime. Are the biggest 1980 whatever's the Goonies ever. Okay. I don't remember. Does this cave have any detours that are worth looking at? I'm going to say probably not. Transition caves, I've come to realize, are usually not particularly lucrative. But you never know. Firewood, I'll take it. I'll take firewood, I'll take coal. I'm an old king. All this coal. Captain America's secret... I have no idea. I know very little about comic book related things. Even the ones that have turned into movies, I know very little about them. And that sounds like it's either deep lore or metatextual analysis. Neither of which are my wheelhouse. Well, at least when it comes to that topic. Wow, this is actually an extremely short transition cave. Okay. let's see. Do we still have halfway decent weather? Cross the fingers and hope to live. All right, I think we can work with this. We might be able to work with this. We are definitely, it's getting mid-afternoon. We are definitely not heading up that rope. Even if the signal fire is right there, we're not going up. It's just not worth the risk. Even, so go over there, there used to be deer. But I've not seen a single deer in this mode. I don't think they spawn. I don't think it's even worth the risk of going over there to see if there are any marshmallows. This is how desperate we are. Let's check the thermos. Okay, still... Oh, it has a little heat bar. That is good to know. That is quite useful. Can you tell I've never used a thermos before? So I didn't know that Roblox was losing money. I had heard that Fortnite was losing money. I thought Roblox was already in an extremely good position. Deer, rabbits, and snow chickens do not spawn on Interloper. Well, you know what? Snow chickens, at least for me, don't spawn on lesser difficulties either, because that sounds like a DLC thing. Okay, unfortunately, it sounds like the wind is beginning to pick up, just as we are approaching the location where there might be fluffy things. Yeah, so we want to get down into this valley, where there might be a bear or a wolf. Actually, there could be both. The last time I was over here, there were both. Oof. That was a risky tree transition, because I did not look before I leapt. Oof. Yeah, we're going to have to go down. I know for 100% there is probably... Actually, you know what? There's probably a deer over here, and there might even be a secret cache. So that's going to be worth the quick detour. We'll also be able to see if there's a wolf. So we'll take that opportunity. Yeah, we are not going up. This is... I can't think of a longer climbing rope than this one, and we're not going up it. Okay. Next torch. One thing I will say, if there is a deer on this overhang over here... Alright, I don't see a wolf, I don't hear a wolf. We're definitely not harvesting it. Not in this weather. Oh, come on. I guess I should have expected that. Okay, so we got the deer. But past the deer, do we have... Is my memory correct? Is there a tiny little ammo box? Or am I insane crazy or crazy insane? I think I've misremembered. So let's go back. Can I go up? Yes. Yeah, I definitely misremembered. Either that or they removed it. It wouldn't surprise me. Do you have an arrow in you? No. Oh, we can check over here. That direction is where I would expect the signal fire to be. I don't see it over there. I'm tempted. I am sorely tempted. Lord help me, deliver me from these temptations. I still don't see or hear a wolf here. This area below us is where I was afraid of there being a wolf. Oh, and you know what? It sounds like the wind just stopped. Okay, how are you? Can we just, like, drink you? Oh, I guess that's how we do it. Okay, this one's hot. Drink. Yeah. Alright. We will drink the cold coffee when we're about to go up that rope. Because executive decision, we're going up the rope. If there's no wolf and no bear, we don't have to detour. And if we don't have to detour, it means we can go fast. And if we can go fast, It means there's a low risk of running out of fatigue. What is the objective other than dying in this challenge? So there are 5 little wooden grave sites that have been placed in different regions on this map, Laura's location. And we need to visit them all. I just heard Nawoo in approximately that direction. Let's get a torch ready. The trouble is that no friendly animals spawn, and the wind is picking up, and also there's no way to regain health. So if you lose health, it is gone until you either die or win. As you can see, we're already more than halfway down. Yeah, it's been rough. We spent the better part of one night blindly wandering around. Is that a wolf? No, but it did get windy. We spent the better part of a night wandering around the water basin underneath Milton, being lost trying to find somewhere to sleep because I ran out of fatigue and I also didn't have a bedroll. And that sounds like a hell of a lot like a blizzard rolling in. So that's not good. That is very not good. Let's think here. If we run into a wolf, it's going to be flare time. Because this is definitely going to be too windy for a torch. But certainly there's no wolf over here. Like over there, probably under that overpass that's way in the distance, that's probably where the cross is. The grave that we need to visit. I don't think wolves can come over here, can they? Yeah, yesterday you remember it took forever to find a place to sleep. You cast sleep, welcome back. We're doing, well, simultaneously not so well and also not too poorly. This is the challenge where all we can do is die, and we need to die slowly enough that we can visit a bunch of locations before we die. Whether that ends up happening remains to be seen. Okay. I also can't tell if there's a signal fire up there. The second location, so there's a signal fire either in the distance over there, on the top of that cliff in front, but I don't see it. Or, there's possibly a signal fire right above us. What kind of challenge is this? This is the challenge where there are multiple, and you caught us in a good time, multiple graves that we visit. We were all so cold, more than we could take, no escape from it. Please forgive me. Well, that sounds like some Donner Pass stuff right there. But the goal is to visit 5 different grave sites, of which that is one, in 5 different, very disparate locations on the map. And I hope we don't regret this. But we're going up because I really think the signal fire should be there. If there's a signal fire in this mode, it will be up this road. Can we tell? I can't tell. It's either here or it's over there. Or it doesn't spawn in this mode. One of the several. I'm not sure which one. Or where would it be? I think it would be over in the middle of the screen there. You guys see any smoke over there? So basically the difficulty of this challenge is nothing good spawns. Everything's trying to kill you, and there's no way to regain health. So that's the trouble of the situation. Okay, here's what we do. We drink the coffee, and we scurry up right quick. Even though we don't have crampons, this shouldn't be so dire that we lose a whole bunch of fatigue. So let's just scurry up. Come on, signal fire. Aha, aha. Sometimes you roll the dice and sometimes things work out. Okay. Show me the goods. Show me what you got.
I could use this.
Well, we'll take it for now. Was that a Mackinaw or was that a plaid? I'm not sure. Also, where's my moose-hide satchel? I was promised a moose-hide satchel hanging on one of these trees by my forefathers. Sewing kit. Okay, so fatigue-wise, we're actually kind of okay. I'm beginning to think there's no moose-hide satchel up here, though. In fact, I'm almost sure of it. Because it should be hanging on one of these trees, right? Probably. Ooh. What if we just pop inside for a second? Okay. So we can warm up a little bit. And we can see how the weather goes. Probably not great. It's almost dusk. We do need to start heading back very soon. But let's see. So, yeah, I don't know if you guys can see this tiny font, but we have 2 of 5 grave sites visited. Broken Railroad and Hushed River Valley. The other 2, 3, we've got 1 in Timberwolf. I think that's next. We've got 1 in the ravine. Actually, no. The ravine's next. Actually, do we do Timberwolf last? We might have to do Timberwolf last, because if we go down to Ravine, we do have access to a mountaineering rope. I'm thinking we do Timberwolf last. Let's take a snack. Let's eat some of this. No, I was going to say let's eat the man food, but let's save the man food for later. Yeah, I think we do Timberwolf last. Exit. Okay, are you really not going to give me a moose hide? I feel somewhat violated. Is it like on the ground here somewhere, maybe? What's this? A scrawled message. They went into the ice cave and never came out because this ice cave is completely mysterious. It is mysterious and very easy to get lost. I'm trying to think. Do we go up and check a little bit? Let's just check a couple of these tree branches over here, these tree limbs, because I'm going to kick myself if there's a moose-hide satchel and I just missed it. But something tells me that there's no moose-hide satchel here, because that would be too easy. Yeah, no. No, there's definitely not one here. Okay, let's head back. Just really make sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if there was one, it would be hanging on a limb, a tree limb somewhere over here, which means there isn't one. Leave your cat at the vet for a few days. I did that recently too. You need to pay extra to leave him out of the kennel. Yeah. I don't know if that's a vet or something else. Why am I picking up these sticks? We need to drop things because we're over encumbered. Okay, we are done here. We are finished with this place. And to get down, we are going to need to lose some weight. Probably a bunch of these sticks we've been carrying around. So, firewood. Yeah, who needs 23 sticks? Well, we actually need to drop quite a bit more. We'll drop the fir firewood, because that's a little bit heavy. We'll drop a whole bunch of sticks. And we'll drop some more sticks. Okay, perfect. Actually perfect. Kind of a shame to lose the fatigue reduced thing right before going down the thing, though. We're still fine. We're still A-okay. Okay, and now we head back exactly the way we came. And we just hope against hope that no wolves have moved in. But on the plus side, look at this. No wind means we can scare off a wolf with some fire. Ooh. Ooh, I just heard no woo in this direction. I don't know if it was up the cliff or down the cliff. If it's down the cliff, we're going to have a problem. I'm also tempted. There's like a cheeky little spot over on the right somewhere here. But it's kind of too far away. Eyes on the prize, come on. Come on, guys. Eyes on the prize. Let us get out a worse torch. And just because I'm paranoid, let's actually light it. Because I don't want to hop over one of these hills and come face to face with a wolf and not have time to light the torch. That sounds like something that could happen. Okay, no wolf on the left, it must have been above. And I don't see any wolf down here, or any bear. We might have lucked out here. I think we got really lucky with where the animals are here. Really lucky. Because this lower marsh area could have been completely infested. I just need to remember how to get back up. I think it's this way? Oof, not a good time to get the sprain risk back. Yeah, I think it's this way. Probably. Can we get up here? Hold on. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's not available. Not available. The OST in this game is pretty nice. They, except for the terrifying Aurora music, I think they did do a good job. Surely I feel like this should be traversable, right? It's not. It's definitely not traversable. Okay, we're going around a little bit longer. A little bit longer. And somewhere, there's a spot to go up. Oh, it's over here, because I think I remember this fallen tree limb. All right, come on. Come on, I can taste it. I can taste the safety of Milton. Clankers invading my chat. Well, you see, things are being removed fast enough that they don't make it to the OBS thing. Where's up? This is up. They don't make it to the OBS thing I'm using to see your chat, so I don't see anything. Pleasantly. Yeah, why do I hear a woo in this direction? It's probably on the top of that cliff. So let's just keep going. Eventually we're going to switch back to the right here. I think it's right here even. Yeah, it should be right here, right? Wait. No? No, we go up first. Okay. I'm beginning to remember the terrain that I traversed 5 minutes ago. You come here for my memory is as sharp as a snare. Somehow, that botched metaphor actually worked. Because sharp things are bear traps, and snares are rope. Snares are not sharp. So the metaphor works on multiple levels. Okay, it's getting kind of dark. The cave is short, and Milton is right there. I think we can make it. I think we can make it back to the Grey Mother house. Yeah. All the way back. Okay, so let's think. Let's think. It takes 12.5 hours to make pants. 12.5 hours. We need to be able to sit at a workbench for 12.5 hours. From Milton. Yeah, this is a good idea. Where we leave Milton, it's going to spit us out at Trapper's Cabin. Trapper's Cabin, 1, maybe it has a gun. 2, it definitely has a workbench. This sounds like a good idea. Yeah, we're heading to Mystery Lake right now. Well, not right now. We're going to chill at Grey Mother's for a little bit. And then we'll go to Mystery Lake. Also, the weather's gotten nice. It's gotten nice, but not so nice. Well, I don't know. Non-cloudy nights get colder faster. Cloudy days get warmer slower. So I want all of my nights to be cloudy. I want all of my days to be sunny. If I can manage to swing it. And also, I would very much enjoy getting into this cave before the torch gets blown out. I don't know if that's in the cards, though. Of course it's not. Of course it's not. Just my luck. Literally 10 seconds away. Okay, well... Oh, you know what? I never dropped the storm lantern. I guess it's fine. I guess it's okay. Let's grab some sticks. I do enjoy the storm lantern quite a bit when I can have it, especially in a cave. Very good visibility with it. Oh, a body that I completely walked by on the way here. Probably for the best, because I would have picked up that cedar firewood and not been able to carry it. That's a dead end. Ah, more coal though. Whenever there's more coal, I'm a happy, happy cat. Okay. Yeah, this is fine, right? This is fine. Food and water-wise. We can eat the man food. And then drink some water. You know, we probably could have made it all the way there and back because we drank the coffee without bringing any of this water along. Well, better safe than sorry. Definitely better safe than sorry. So my head is already in Mystery Lake. I feel like between Trappers, the camp office, and that Firewatch overlook, I feel like there's actually a halfway decent chance of finding a bedroll.
It's getting dark out
Okay.
here.
First order business.
Shelter.
Can't start it with the magnifying lens. Second order business. Can we... Oof. Actually, hold on. I need to learn something. We have 12-12-1 matches. If I just do this, does that waste a match? It does waste a match. Wow, game. Wow. Even if I misclick, it wastes an entire match. That makes me feel a little bit salty. But not salty enough that I would risk not having the torch out if a wolf is over this hill. This is stress. This is stress, because there should be wolves on the way back. But I don't know where, and I don't know if I'll be able to light a torch in the wind here. Okay, and let's also remember, it's getting later and it's windy, so we need to be careful not to get the temperature too low. I think we should be fast enough that it's not going to be an issue. Especially if the wind dies down a little bit more. Why do I hear crows? Are they just flying? Or are they circling something? Okay. We are once again approaching the woodlot. We have no scent marks, so we shouldn't be hunted, but let's observe before we jump in. Perhaps from over here. Oh! Did I hear something? I might have heard something over in that direction. It could have been me having a footstep, but it might have been something else, so I am getting out of here right now. And that woo is behind us. Okay, do we see any motion? What is that? That's a tree trunk. Nothing on the right. Look both ways before crossing the woodlot. And hope there's nothing on the riverbed. Okay, I think we're okay. Yeah. Yeah, we should be good to get back. So let's not dilly-dally. Whew. I only start feeling a little bit okay when we get to this bridge. All the way before then, I'm worried. What is that? Is that a rock? It must be a rock because it's not moving. Yeah, that's a rock. Whew. It's these crepuscular even times that it's hard for me to get the contrast to detect a wolf from a distance. What was that? Oh, it's because we're looking at a rock. Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay, so safe. We've made it back to the matronly house of the color-challenged mother. All right. We're not tired enough to sleep through the night. What can we do in the meantime? I've got half a mind. I have half a mind to read one of these sewing books that's on the floor here.
Too much stuff to carry.
So 5 hours to research. 5 more hours over here. These guys are still curing. The hides are going to take 5 days total. And it's been 1. Is there a better way? Because I have half a mind to just chill out here, at least for a while. Because we've got water, we've got food, we've got an excellent stove that we can use to make even more water. I don't know why I'm carrying this heavy hammer around. Who knows, maybe we can use it to fight a wolf off if we need to. Huh. Yeah, let's... 10 hours to research. Improves harvesting skill. We're not going to be harvesting enough for that to be worth it. We might be repairing enough for the repair to be worth it. So we may... Let's see how dire it is if we spend an hour. First, let's warm up. Then let's see what happens if we spend an hour outside in the dark reading. Actually, first, can we read inside? Because that would be the most convenient thing to happen. Yeah, we can for now, but only for like 20 minutes. All right, well, that let us warm up at least. Let's see what the situation is outside.
Something's gotta go.
Okay, only 1 temperature mark down. I bet we can read. Okay, this is getting... Nope. Yeah, I cut that off early because it was getting a little bit too close for my tastes. Kind of unfortunate. Kind of unfortunate because I would have liked to start reading that. But oh well. It's actually not like... We can spend most of tomorrow reading, actually. Because what else can we do here? If there was a forge in Milton, that would actually be extremely convenient, but I know for sure. Well, I don't know for sure. I'm almost certain there isn't one. So, where's the bed? Let's make sure we don't dehydrate to death. And we'll start by sleeping for 4. And then maybe we'll even sleep for another 4. Who knows? Maybe we'll just be decadent like that. Slurp. Trying to think, how long can we loiter here with all of the food we have? I think we'll leave... We'll leave as soon as we've eaten enough food and water so that we can
any of this gear.
not have to drop anything when we head to Trappers. Okay, now, you say it's almost dawn, but is it almost dawn enough? It's not. So, where's the bed? Can we sleep for 1 more hour? Yes, this should put us into dawn. Should. Can't necessarily trust the game, though. Okay. And read. Very good. You know what? Reading is not very... It's very thirsty work. It's not very hungry work. That's kind of nice, considering the fact that we really are just basically running a holding pattern while we wait for these pelts to cure. But don't worry, I am keeping a very close eye on the food gauge. There is no way that I will permit us to lose well-fed. Ain't no way. Okay. Got all this man food, all these granolas. Actually not as gigantic an amount of food as I thought. Except, of course, for the 3 kilograms of marshmallow stalks. But that's never a problem. All right, yep, yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. And again, be careful. Be careful. And this will probably get us a full belly, just about. Okay. What? You should have boiled. I'm extremely confused. You definitely should have boiled. Okay, at any rate, whole other stuff. Yeah, still have multiple days, probably, now that I'm thinking about it, probably more days that we can just loiter here. Let's think. Is there any other fruitful use of our time here? Now, in these Midlands,
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
between the town of Milton and the under area, there are, I believe, several deer carcasses, at least a couple of deer carcasses in this southern area. But they're guarded by wolves. I feel like they're not worth the risk. We could check the river again for some more marshmallows. No, I think let's stick with the plan. We'll just read these books, maybe sleep a little bit, and see how long we can loiter until we have, I don't know, 40 or so marshmallow stalks left, and then we can head out. Sport vest, scrap metal. Yeah. Drop these. The whetstone would be nice if I had anything to sharpen. Which I do not. Yeah, even the hacksaw, huh? Takes scrap metal and simple tools. Which I suppose makes sense. Okay. Continue reading. 1 hour at a time. Because I don't trust the game to not screw me.
I need to drop something.
You will drop things, Mackenzie. You'll drop things like they're hot. 2 more hours. Yeah, reading really is thirsty work. Who
I
knew?
would do anything for a drink right now.
You do anything for a drink. Well, Mackenzie, you've got this huge, basically gallon jug of water. Have at it. Novice mending. Okay, what did that get us? This is very exciting. This is the first level up we've gotten. Mending here. Okay, so we have an increased chance of successful repair. Most excellent. Especially if we need to repair something that takes cured leather, which we have very little of. And repair time decreased by 10%. Also great. Also pretty good. Fire starting. You know what we can do? We have so many cattail heads and so many sticks. If it's sunny outside, if it is ever sunny outside, I think I'm going to cheese the hell out of the fire starting skill. Just using the magnifying glass again and again and again and again. That sounds like a very, very good idea. We have all these cattail heads. All these sticks. Actually, how many sticks are we carrying? Only 7. 13 coals is a nice number of coals. These are burnable. These are burnable.
Too much stuff to carry.
41 cattail heads. Jesus. Jesus H. Criminy. Yeah, nothing under here. Okay, so... there was a field dress in your kill book somewhere, wasn't there? Did I pick that up? I didn't pick it up. Where is it? It's on the floor somewhere. Here. Might as well read it. Might as well read it. By bed, because it's going to get dark. Okay, 1 hour at a time. Everything it'll give me. Research. You love how the buildings look in this game. I think they really nailed the art direction in this game. The aesthetics, it's this kind of like blocky, almost clay-like, but simultaneously watercolor sort of feeling. And I do enjoy it. It goes very well with the sort of medium poly meshes that they have. So I think they definitely chose correctly. Whichever medium they used to decide that, I think they definitely chose correctly. All right. 8 days and change. Slurp. I hear wind outside. Reminds you of a showcase game on the godforsaken gaming platform known as Roblox called Snowden. Snowden as in, isn't that the first town in Undertale? Get it? Because it's snowed in? I'd say I'll see myself out, but it's not my joke. Oh, also, let's remember to fill these flasks. Oh, and we can also spend a bunch of time making, we have an infinite number of rose hips. And we can spend time in the night, hopefully, crushing those up. Let's head back. Snowden also takes place in Canada. Well, it's a good place for some place that involves snow to take place. Let's just say. Definitely an on-point decision. Very realistic. Okay. And now, we are down to eating all these cattail stalks. Okay, what time is it and are we rested? It is almost dawn and we are not fully rested. So, we can make a beard. We can make a mushroom. And then we can make some hips. And I think tomorrow night, if we need to stretch the time, we can make a 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, an hour is probably fine, right? We can make a fire and read or what have you by the fire while we boil some water. Okay, we got plugs, torches. Don't need more torches. Bandages, again, they're fine. Don't need those, don't need those. Actually, how many bandages do we have? 3 bandages is probably fine. Antiseptic is... We can probably drop this because we have 3 beards. Heed your warnings, do not play Roblox. Probably one of the worst gaming platforms ever. Saying this as someone who plays games on it. Yeah, my understanding is it started out as like some kind of extremely popular crafting game that somehow was able to extend its engine into a bunch of custom settings and kind of became much more popular because of user-generated content through that. But yeah, I don't know if you'd say I've been lucky, but I haven't yet played Roblox. Okay. Can't use the magnifying lens quite yet, but I believe we will be able to soon. I believe we will. And you know what that means? I hope you like a good Gouda, or maybe a Brie. Perhaps even a Camembert. Because we'll be cheesing. Oh hell will we be cheesing. Oh, this really is looking promising. Read this book 1 hour at a time. Check and make sure we're not dehydrating to death, and then read the book again. Okay, I suppose that we could transfer the cold tea out. Losing your mind, or do you keep pronouncing it Roblox? To tell you the truth, I don't know. No, come on. It was almost, we were this close to greatness. Yeah, I think it is Roblox. Roblox, Rublox, Rublox, Rablox, Ryblox. But ask yourself this. Does it deserve me taking the time to pronounce it correctly? Search your heart and I think you'll find the answer. Okay, what can we do in hopes that we can keep reading? When in doubt, just read a book, right? Or maybe I'm from Baston. We walk the dog and we play Rablax in Baston. Oh, come on now. This is just unreasonable. Completely unreasonable. I was promised the sun. And yes, I will keep going out and checking every hour. Ooh, clearing up. It's clearing up. The game heard me. It heard my plan. It's trying to foil my plan. Come on, we're so close. As long as we don't get too far into late afternoon. We still have hope. And yes, I am keeping a very close eye on that hunger bar. Come on. Yes. Oh, but it is windy AF. But I don't care. I don't care one bit. Where are my sticks? Here. Ah. Yes, this is my life now.
Come on.
I'm gonna be furious if my cold bar has been completely depleted while this fire was starting. Completely furious. Because I should be able to know if I'm freezing to death.
That's done.
Okay, so that's one fire. This is another fire. Oh my god, this is such a good idea. You guys only dream that you could be such a little rat or mouse after a bit of cheese, as I am right now. My one regret is burning all those sticks from before.
All right.
Oh. Aha, we already got level 2 fire starting. We were pretty close. What does level 2 give us? Where is it? Here. Fire starting. 55% as opposed to probably, what, 50% earlier? I guess we'll see. Is it too windy? Who windies? Actually, where's the wind coming from? Oh, just look at the direction the grass is bending. We can go around the back. See, the game was trying to stop us, but I shall not be stopped. I shall not be stopped. Okay, so we went from a 60 to a 75% chance of starting a fire here. So that was a 15% increase in our chance. That is, I think, going to pay some serious dividends.
Come on.
Because over the course of a box of matches, that is 1 or 2 extra matches that don't fail. And we only have about 25 matches.
Turned out pretty well.
So we can't exactly turn our nose up at that. This is the scintillating gameplay you guys come here for. One day we'll light fires faster.
Turned out pretty well.
Maybe we'll just do all these sticks and then call it there. Because I think that if we just spent an hour while this light was here, just lighting these fires with a magnifying glass, that would be a little bit painful even for me. And you guys know I play slow. Come on. Come on, this is me being my inner
well.
Mackenzie. Did the wind change again? No. Actually, we can use this one again, can't we? Oh my goodness, the cheese is real.
Come on.
Actually, you know what? I told you that I would pay very close attention to the food bar. I forgot to look at the food bar. It should still be okay, right? Probably. I hope. Yeah, we're okay. Okay, one more stick. One more stick and then we'll head back inside. I'm kind of curious to see how much fire starting experience this has given me. Oof. Okay, show me what you got. Alright, how much experience is this? This is not enough to be worth continuing with the cheese. That was what, only a tenth of the bar? Feels like it was only a tenth of the bar. Yeah, that's not very much at all. Okay. We will not continue to do that. Instead, first off, again, almost got me. Almost got me, that tricky little health bar. Eat some of these beautiful, glorious mushroom stalks, marshmallow stalks. God, they're so good. So good. So strong. Okay. So that will do for now. Let's get some more water going. Kind of getting a little low on water, and I also want to cook all these rose hips. All these rose hips. Cook the reishis, and also cook all the coffee. 5 coffees. We can warm all those up and toss them in a flask before we... There's enough cover and such. As long as it's not like a blizzard, I'm really not worried about getting to trappers. It shouldn't be too cold. Let's actually check the state of our curables. Okay, the saplings are actually almost cured completely. Gut's fine. Hide's fine. Hide's fine. Actually, hold on. Remind me if this is not true. To make these boots or pants, don't we need like a knife or something? I'm pretty sure we need a knife. Don't we? Or is it just the... Okay, it's just the coats that need a knife. That's good. That's very good, because I'm sure that we would not find any knives in all the land. Okay, guts cured. Yeah. And these are more than halfway done. So, what was that, 2.5 days left? I don't know if we'll be able to loiter the whole time. That's a long time to loiter. Let's start the water first. Start fire. Match, cattail, book, 95%. That is a very decadent probability. That is an enjoyable probability. Okay, so you're going, add fuel. Kind of wish I had more other things than cedars. 2 cedars. That's... Yeah, both of these are 2 liters. Oh, you know what? I think I know why it didn't boil off. No, this should have worked. It should have worked. I declare it should have worked. The previous thing that I melted there, I mean. Okay, is there any easy to get firewood here? We have 2 hours while that stuff is boiling. In fact, I'm so desperate for firewood, I might even consider breaking down a tree limb. I would accept a scrub brush as well. And that's not a scrub brush. Yeah, this will be fine. Probably. You know what? I'm actually like 5 times shy about breaking down anything in the wild here, because I'm terrified of a wolf sneaking up on us from behind. So maybe we just stick to getting some reclaimed wood. I think we should be able to break down a few things inside for reclaimed wood. Whether that's... Ooh, interesting. We can break down with the heavy hammer. That's good to know. I never knew it had such a use. Okay. How long? 1 hour and a half is actually pretty good. 1 hour and 8 minutes for 3 and 2 hours for... 56 minutes for 3. Yeah. This is a good plan. Because now we can continue to feed this, except we feed it with garbage. 30 minutes, 30 minutes. You know what? There's a bunch of recycled cans upstairs that we can be using. Might as well go ham. Where are they? Here. But yeah, there's the third. Okay. Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, so you're 30 minutes. Toss you on all these cans. And water. Okay, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 liters of water. And if each of these coffees is a quarter liter, and each of the rose hips is a quarter liter, 5 is going to be 1 1/4. 8 rose hips is 2 more, so 3 1/4. Call it 4 liters of water for all of the teas we can make right now. Yeah. And then, yeah, we definitely need more water. So I'm not mad about this. Not even a little bit. In fact, I'm so not mad, I might even speed up time. But also, let's eat some cattail stalks. The only thing is it's tedious to eat these. They're very chewy and tough. You know what? At this rate, I think we head out tomorrow morning. We'll see. You got you. You're still going. I guess it's fine to do another. Yeah, that's fine. It's probably fine. 2 hours, 7 minutes. You.
Too heavy.
You. You got you. Let's start with the teas. Yeah. All these teas, all these coffees. And I'll rummage around in the pantry and the cabinets for cups to put all the tea and coffee in. You, and you, and you. Stove is still an hour and a half. Continue cooking these hips. Because the hips turn 1/4 of a liter of water into 1/10 of a liter of weight. All right, grab you. I think that 1 liter should be good enough. Because we are going to have to watch our carry weight. There's a bunch of stuff we need to pick up. And we'll take the jerry can just so we can fill up the lantern on the way out. Okay, hips, 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 hips.
I wonder if I can drop any of this
Oh, you know
gear.
what? This is making me better at cooking. Huh. And we became a cooking novice. So what does this do for us? Cooking novice gives us cooking, plus 10 calories from any cooked food item. That is actually not half bad. Because we need calories. All right. Cook some more hips. Cook some more hips. Cook some more hips. You know what? Secondary option. We have all of this scrap metal. Scrap metal, scrap metal, scrap metal. We could use it to make hooks. And we can combine those hooks with the extra guts that are curing here. Because I think we have at least a couple of extra curing guts. Use the cured guts to make line, combine that with the hooks to make fishing tackle, and perhaps we do a little bit of fishing over at Mystery Lake. That is one option. It is one option. Fish are not good for their carry weight, though. So I'm not sure if it's a good idea. That should have cooked some coffee. But at the very least, we could spend time making the hooks. Oh yeah, all these delicious teas. All this delicious coffee. This coffee is going to be so stale by the time we eat it. It's going to be ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Boil, boil, toil and trouble. Okay, all that's cooked, all that's cooked. Literally no harm in putting some water on. Probably not. No, there actually is harm if we want to warm things up later. Well, it should finish boiling in that time. Okay, and let's not burn you. Okay, coffee get, tons of water get. So much water, geez. Lots of hips. Very nice. I'm not carrying any scrap metal right now, am I? No. Another reason why I very much enjoy the storm lantern. All right. Do we keep metal for crampons? I think we do. We just need one more cured leather. And I believe we have something like 3 extra metals. So I should have 7 in my inventory right now. And if I have 7 scrap metals, then we can make a whole bunch of hooks. Probably. Unless making hooks requires a workbench, which it might. It does. That is very unfortunate. Okay, well at any rate, that's boiling, that's cooking. So the water situation is set. You know what? I could have been reading. I don't know how Mackenzie reads in the dark, but I'm not complaining. Okay, carcass harvesting novice. What does that give us? That gives us a 10% reduction in meat harvesting times. Well, meat harvesting times are the fastest harvesting times. That is the thing I need the reduction in the least. But it's still welcome. Still welcome. Okay. Yeah, we're going to need to make some decisions about all the carry weight here. But we'll make those decisions in the morning. Let's find our way up to bed. Okay, 4 hours at a time, because the game will screw me. Oh yeah, all this water. All these drinkables, all these edibles. Not those kind of edibles. Yeah, some things are tedious in this game. Like eating 1 billion cattail stalks. So good. So good. I think we should be able to sleep till just before dawn. And I'd also hear a bunch of wind. I hope that dies down. I really hope it dies down. Okay, sleep for 4 more. Actually, you can probably only sleep for 1 or 2. Okay, woke up fully rested. It is just before dawn. Can we do anything with this time? Yeah, even line takes a workbench to make, huh? Yeah, all this stuff takes a workbench. Oh, you know, this is the downside. I don't have a knife to make a survival bow with, even though I've got a cured gut and I've got cured maple. That is extremely unfortunate. Damn. I didn't realize that that was not something that we had access to. Okay, and let's sleep. I think it's a little too early in the morning to leave. Unless the weather is nice. Alright, first order of business. We don't need any of these clothes. Let us think. What do we want? What do we need? Okay, we don't need all these books. And books are extremely heavy. Yeah, especially now that we have level 2 fire starting skill, I think I'm okay with only having one book on us. We also have accelerant. Okay. Let's drink some. And let's eat some. And see exactly how much weight we have to burn. Probably around 3 kilos. Well, no, it's going to be more than that because there's the pelts. We're probably going to need to drop something like 5 kilograms weight. Get all these hides and not forget any of them. 3 hides and a bunch of guts. Oh, also you know, I forgot about the mountaineering rope. I definitely forgot about the mountaineering rope. That is going to throw a spanner in the works. Get some of these books. Because right now, what we're going to be doing is rewarming all of these things. So start you with a wood match and a book. 90. No, I don't need charcoal. I don't need 15 charcoal. No one needs 15 charcoal, game. Not in this game mode. Start fire. Wood match, cattail, book. 95%. That's rolling a 1 on a d20 to fail this. And surely we wouldn't do that.
Come on. Come on.
Okay. Looking good. Now let's
That's done.
Toss a couple more books in. And take those and let's cook all the coffee first. And then we can cook the rose hips. Okay. We'll fill up the storm lantern. We'll drop the jerry can. That'll give us a little bit of carry weight left. Or carry weight back. Coffee. Coffee. Are you not ready? Oh, because the pot cooks it faster. That makes sense. Coffee.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
And one more coffee. And all of the coffee goes into the red flask. No, coffee goes in the rabbit flask. Rose hips will go in the red flask. Cookity cook, cook, cook. That is a lot of rosehip tea. Okay. Okie dokie. Now what can we drop? Probably a couple of these. I want to keep the stones just in case. You never know what can gank you on the way out of Milton. What else can we really drop? I guess some hips. Inventory. Where is it? Here. We're looking for the red. Transfer. Hot, hot. You got you. You got you. And just for funsies, we'll cook the rest of this. Oops. Okay, with all of this tea, especially all this rosehip tea, I think we can get away with not having any water on us. So first, get 6 kilograms back for dropping all that water. That's fantastic. What else can we drop here? We can drop some of this cloth. Because there's going to be a bunch of stuff we can rip apart to get cloth. Basically in any building we go into. Take a cooking pot. Okay. You transfer the rest. Oh yeah. That is what we call the good stuff. Alright, we still have 4 kilograms over. Jesus. We don't need this many cattail heads. We don't need that many cedars. We also don't need this many sticks. As long as we have coals to start a fire. Coals or sticks or books to start a fire. Wait, no, cedars are sticks or books to start a fire, and then coals we can use to keep warm if we need to. And now we're actually pretty close to being underweight. What else can we dump, though? What will not be necessary? Ooh, there's not really anything else I really want to drop. There isn't really anything that I would prefer to lose. 1 kilogram, huh? This is like Sophie's Choice all over again. What's it going to be? So 5 kilograms here. That's kind of a lot, but at the same time... I think we can drop a couple of these. It'll still leave us the ability to make 3 hooks. Yeah. Yeah, this is fine. Because we can make 4 lines at most. So 3 hooks is probably okay. But we still need to drop more. What can we drop? Oh, you know what? There are definitely going to be sticks on the way. Perfect. So do that. Check the weather. Weather check. Give me something good. That's... I don't like the wind. I do like the sun. Okay. Well, for now... Wait, why do I not have... Oh, because the rose hips are in the health thing here. Let's drink a hip, warm up a little bit, and head over to the park. That treatment... Oh. I don't care if it gives me a treatment benefit. I just want the warming up benefit. We're going to try to one-shot it to the cave that heads over to Mystery Lake. And with luck, avoid wolves. Without luck, we'll have to pop one of our 2 flares. I would be sprinting, but there's a lot of rope climbing that needs to be done. Okay, please no wolf. Pretty please no wolf. Okay, good so far. Of course it had to be windy today, right? Like the only thing other than a blizzard that I'm not looking forward to is high winds. Okay, please be clear. I want a clear open field. That's exactly what I want to see. Okay, I don't see any wolves. I don't hear any wolves. And it also sounds like the wind is going away. We might be in the money. Yeah, I think we're in business here. I think we're in business. Because now we can use torch if we need to. I hope. That doesn't look very windy, does it? It might be too windy. And I dare not click and waste a match. But you know what we can do? We can check for a fire. Okay. So we can do a fire anywhere, so we're fine. Yeah, wind is fine. Let's just keep going and hope we don't run into a moose. Oh! Okay. That wasn't a moose noise, that was a metal noise. I think we're okay still. Yeah, certainly there are no wolves in a park, right? There can't be any wolves here. Oh, but you know what? We do have that heavy hammer. I thought there were supposed to be 3 acorns around these trees. So let's grab some acorns. Because we can actually do something with them. If the coffee ever runs out. Was that a moose noise or was that a groaning wood noise? I think it was a groaning wood noise. Okay. So normally this area below the climbing rope here it's like a deer paradise. Because there's just a ton of deer and no wolves. And we'll have to think about dropping something. You know what? We're going to warm up in the cabin. So there's usually a ton of deer and no wolves down there. I don't know what they'll do now. I am tempted to sleep for an hour. I am very tempted to sleep for an hour. I think we risk it. Please no blizzard. Please don't wake up dead. Please, Mackenzie. Wake up if you're about to die, Mackenzie. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Alright. And you know what? Cloudy, for some reason, usually means warm weather. So let's keep heading out. Of course, these things aren't warm anymore, huh? Okay, first order of business. Let's look before we leap here. Ooh, check the picnics. And
that'll come in.
Ain't no way we're ever going to do any gunsmithing. That is the most useless book I've ever seen. Okay, let's just check for wolves first. I don't see any. We also have to drop some stuff. You know what we can do? Where is my flask? Return the flask. We'll do a coffee because we are about to go up and down some climbing. Alright. Perfect. Benefit warming up. Benefit reduced fatigue. I know what they're trying to get at when they say it's reduced fatigue, but you know what? That's not a good way to describe it. Because it sounds like what you're saying is your fatigue has been reduced, not your rate of fatigue loss has been reduced. And let's just hope to God that the mountaineering rope over there has the rope. Looks like it's trying to blizzard, or at least fog up. Nope, we just have some light snow. Light, pleasant snow. I can't tell if that has the rope or not. It must though, right? I've never seen it not have the rope, so it must have it. I choose to believe. Listening for a bit, it's fine. Lurking is something that everyone should always do more. So it's a sort of survival game in a similar vein to things like Ark Survival Evolved, Rust. You know, if you really want to stretch, maybe DayZ without the PvP aspect. But it's much more focused on low-tech scavenging. The idea being, you got stuck in Canada when some disaster happened that caused all electronics in the entire world to stop working. And of course, cold, cold Canada is not a fantastic place to be stuck in such a situation. What you've got to do is effectively just grab as much stuff as you can find, hope you don't get hunted by wolves or bears, and just live for as long as you can. One of the more popular modes is an open-ended survival mode, when it really just is live as long as you can. This is a challenge mode. Our goal is, under a sort of quite punishing set of circumstances, we're trying to run around a bunch of different regions, and I'll show you the map and things like that. Once we get somewhere a little bit warmer, you can look on the bottom left of the screen if you're horizontal, top middle if you're vertical, and see that our temperature gauge is lowering because it has 2 downwards arrows. But we're trying to run around and find a bunch of grave sites to do something like a pilgrimage before we freeze to death. One of the difficulties of this mode is only hostile wildlife will appear, and also we can't, there's no way to heal. So if you see that long horizontal bar, that's our health. We've already lost more than half of it, and we're not even halfway done. So I'm sure you can imagine what kind of a situation we're in right now. But don't take this to be the kind of stressful, panicked, always looking and scrabbling for something vibe of the game. Because different modes are much more peaceful and chill than this. I said before that this game it's very peaceful, punctuated by moments of extreme panic and terror, much like war. But if you see it, and if you see me play a little bit, and you find yourself enjoying this sort of, I'd call it contemplative gameplay, because you do need to plan ahead, and you do need to prepare before you just jump into things, or things will go badly for you. If you enjoy this kind of gameplay, it's one of the only games that can scratch that itch for you. So if you see my temperature gauge, it's getting quite cold. You can maybe even hear the wind. The temperature gauge is almost down. If that goes all the way down, we won't immediately die, but we will start quite slowly, well, not too slowly, but we will start bleeding off health, like raw health that we have in that long horizontal bar. And like I said, we can't regain health at all in any way in this game mode. And so we don't want that temperature gauge, we don't want any of the gauges to go to 0. Because if that happens, then we start to lose health. Permanently, in this case. But we can warm up in the cave. And because I'm somewhat familiar with this region, I actually know that through this cave, there's another safe place that we're heading to. And it's not very far away. It's actually one of the cozier places in the game. So Harry, you actually kind of got good timing. But we're not quite there yet. And there's also a non-zero chance that there's a bear or some wolves outside that are going to cause us a problem.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Yeah, Mackenzie, who's the character in the game, always complains about carrying too many things. He doesn't know what's good for him. Alright, anything in any of these nooks and crannies? Well, there's some additional coal, additional firewood. Different kinds of burnables, so sticks, junk wood that you can find on the ground from like broken chairs, different kinds of firewood and coal. They'll all burn for different lengths of time, and they'll all burn with different amounts of warmth. Coal is quite good for warming you up, as you can imagine. But if it's cold outside and you're starting a fire outside, you might actually need to put a lot more wood and other things on the fire. Yeah. Guy didn't make it. You might need to put a lot more stuff on the fire for it to actually counteract and counter the very cold outside weather. Okay. I want to check. I'm never going to come back here, so I want to check the dead ends before leaving. Gengar has returned. Folk. Folx. It's either a gender-neutral way that has somehow already become disused way of referring to multiple people, or it's one way to have a fox-wolf hybrid. Okay. So, let's see how close we can get. So here's the exit. I'm listening to the exit. I don't hear... I hear a little bit of wind outside. Yeah, I do hear a little bit of wind. I think we're just going to have to suck it up and see how cold it is outside.
Something's gotta
Okay.
go.
Not very. You know what? I'm feeling so emboldened by the fact that it's not super cold and super windy. I might actually check this burnt out outhouse before we go into the cabin over there. And please, for the love of God, please, can you please give me a hatchet? I want a hatchet or a hunting knife or something. Oh God, that's a lot of wind. I do apologize. May you say something? Harry D? I can't stop you. So go ahead. Oh, come on now. Is this another heavy hammer? I feel like this time the thing that's haunting us is an infinite number of heavy hammers. Okay, anything back here? No. Nothing. Nothing. Okay, let's... Of course, when I was walking this way, the wind was blowing into our face. When I turn this way, now the wind is blowing into our face again. And now we actually are at risk of losing a bit of health. This is... Sometimes the developers just take the cake. I cannot stand this. The wind is the worst thing. It's absolutely the worst thing. I don't hear any oohs though. Okay, so let's head inside. Let's not forget to drop all of the curables. Let's also figure out what we can drop, because we do not need... There is no universe where we need 2 heavy hammers. Okay, so show me what you got. Actually, before you show me what you got, let's drop all of this stuff. We got, that's cured, we'll keep it. That's cured, we'll keep it. Cured, we'll keep it. Leather, deer hide, fresh. Drop, drop, and drop, drop. The saps are cured. Okay, that's good. So, unfortunately, there's no revolver on the table. There's no rifle on the workbench. There's a whetstone, which is yet another thing that we have no use for, because the game has been spawning for us, very kindly spawning for us, a whole bunch of heavy hammers and pry bars, not knives or hatchets. Okay, we'll drop you. Don't need you. What did I just pick up? I guess I dropped another whetstone somewhere else. Let's just take one good look around here. Ah, finally, some interior antibiotics. Maybe we won't die from food poisoning. Really? Usually these number 5 lockers have good stuff. Shooting guide, literally useless. Literally useless for us. Okay, this note. Backer 4783. Ah, Backer 4783 is the crazy backer. You won't remember me. The world doesn't stop when the lights fade. Climb the highest peak, sing when the brutality hits. Yeah. This guy is on some peyote or something. Okay. Oh, well, you're welcome. I like explaining this because it's the kind of game that if you stumble upon it, maybe you wouldn't really understand or enjoy just from looking at it. But it's similar enough to other things that people do enjoy that I feel like if there's any interest, it's never a bad idea to pick it up on, say, a Steam sale, just to give it a try. Okay. So. I think we're going to try to stay maybe a day or so in this area so that the deer hides here can finish curing. Once the deer hides finish cure, we use the workbench and we craft... Where is it? Somewhere. We craft some deerskin pants. That'll give us a little bit more warmth. And in fact, okay, I promise you we go to the map. Let's go to the map. So this is the world map. Each of these named locations, if I zoom in, it's not really a zoom in, it's just a different map mode, is a region that looks something like this. Some of them are different shapes, some have more mountains, some have more water. Right now, so it gave us the map. It doesn't give us any of the landmarks on the map. Normally you can fill these out and there's a bunch of landmarks and stuff. I know where most of them are. We came out of a cave that's right around here. And this is the field that we walked across. And the cabin that we're in is right on here. So that's just kind of to give you a feeling for the size of this place. We began over here in Bleak Inlet, and we've basically been running over on the western area, trying to find these, where is it? Trying to find these locations on the right of the screen. Broken Railroad, Hushed River Valley, those are, if we go to the map, Broken Railroad is on the left, Hushed River Valley is up top here, so we headed over to the west and picked up those two grave sites. We just left Mountain Town, and we just entered Mystery Lake. The next place we're going to go to is the ravine that is next to Mystery Lake. And from there, I haven't decided. And the reason I'm going to the ravine is because there's an objective there that we need to get. But until then, actually, let's make sure there's double, triple make sure. Sometimes there's good stuff hiding underneath tables and in little nooks and crannies. But apparently not this time. Apparently not this time. Ah, never mind. Soda. Calories and water. Both things I enjoy. Oh, you know what? I think I made a huge mistake. No, I did pick up one of the cooking pots. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I thought I left the mountain town and forgot both of the cooking pots there. That would have been a bad situation. Because the cooking pots are excellent for boiling water and cooking things in, as you can imagine. Okay. Here's the safe. What do you guys think the odds are that, one, the safe is going to troll us and have like some really silly numbers as we crack it, or two, that it just has garbage inside? I'm going to say both. I'm going to say inside there's going to be at most like a maple syrup and a stack of cash. Let's find out. Let's find out. Okay, so that was around 44, wasn't it? The reason that I started to stop isn't because I knew what the number was. It's because it can't be, any more than 0, and we're getting close to there. We got 44, and now it can't be any farther around than 44 again. So if we get, oh, that was something like 21-ish. So 44 or 21. I guess we have to go around all the way again. A 44 or 21, and then it has to be in between 44 and 21. Tickety tick tick tick, 21, and now in between. So I'm going to go slow the whole time. If it was trolling us, it would be either right next to 21 or right next to 44. It looks like it's going to troll us. Come on. What is it going to be, 43? What? What? I learned a new thing today. Apparently it can go past. Well, we've been slow this far. I guess that's another way to control me. There we go. And 6, I suppose. The moment of truth. What can we see? Maple syrup. That's 1. Worn jeans. Worn jeans are literally more useless to me than a stack of cash that I can at least burn. Jeans are the worst pants in the game, which is why they're garbage. Okay, well that was possibly the worst safe I've ever opened. That's very unfortunate. Okay, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I think we need to start cooking some water here, because we're going to be here for at least a day, I want to say. So let's get a stove going, or get a fire going in the stove. Here, we don't need the book because we're not exactly low on time. Also, another thing is, different burnables are easier or harder to start a fire with. Book is very easy. A stick is slightly harder. The reason that it matters is because every time you start and fail, you waste one of your tinders and you waste a match. And right now, I've probably got around 20 matches. Watch when I open my inventory, I'm going to find I actually only have the 9. That would not be good. Oh, come on, 2 in a row? So it tells you what your chance of starting the fire is. And with a stick and a match, our chance is 75%. We just got 1 in 16 unlucky. We had a 1/4 chance of failing, and we failed twice in a row. Can we do 1 in 64 unlucky? Let's find out.
Come on.
Somehow I seem to get very unlucky in starting fires. Usually very lucky repairing clothes,
That did it.
but the opposite with starting fires. Okay, let's do... The fir firewood is heavy, but it burns for a long time. I like to use it first. And also, we can do 1 cedar. Because we need 2 hours, about, to do 2 liters of snow. And you... guess we don't really have anything good to put in there. And the flask is cold. Both flasks are cold. So we might as well transfer these back out. But they did their job. They definitely did their job. Frontier Guide. You know what? Eventually we'll probably end up reading that. Cloth. Give me the cloth. Okay, can we actually drop anything here? We don't need to be holding all this coal all at the same time. As long as we're not traveling and bringing it somewhere else, we can probably get away with 2 coal. And what else can we get away with dropping? We can drop the mountaineering rope for now. We need to keep it for later. And we can drop this. Where'd it go? Magnifying lens. Am I blind? Is the magnifying lens here and I just don't see it? No. Here. Drop you. Okay. We're quite warm. We have about 2 hours before that melts. Definitely 2 hours before it boils off. And there's no food here either. Yeah, we can't stay here for very long. How's the weather? Okay, it's halfway decent. If we head north, I'm tempted to do a very short day trip. Not day trip, like a couple of hours trip. North to check a hunting blind. The hunting blind might have something nice in it. Let's see, it's kind of far away, and it's quite windy. Let's see how far we can get before I decide to turn around. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I was counting because when you're on a very steep hill for too long, you start rolling probabilities of spraining an ankle or spraining a wrist, and neither of those are good things to happen. It wouldn't be the end of the world right now, but they would be impediments. They would definitely be impediments. Okay, do we have any wolves in this field down here? I don't see any. Yeah, I think we're safe to go down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're good. I think as long as you grab an instant of flat ground, the timer restarts. Which is why when we got that tiny little bit, I was okay with it. The way you can tell if the hill is too steep, in the bottom right of the screen, if you're on horizontal, there's like a red too steep hill mark that appears. Okay. This is getting a little bit older than I was expecting. So we're either going to have to be really quick, or we're going to have to put down a fire and warm up momentarily. I think we'll put down a fire because it's sunny. Oh, also the wind is stopping. If it's sunny, then that means we can save a match and start a fire with the magnifying lens, which is always nice to be able to do. But if the wind stopped, that means it's going to be less cold. And if it's less cold, we can stay out longer. So we'll see how we'll see how we feel when we have to turn back. But I think just down and to the right here is where I'm looking for. In fact, we might have gone a little bit too high. I'm not sure how to get... Well, we probably can get down. Eventually. I hope. Okay, go up here, and we should be able to see exactly how dire of a situation we're in, altitude-wise, from over in this direction. Okay, well, the first thing, it's good that we can get an overview and see if there are any wolves down there. I'm not seeing any. I'm not hearing any. I think we can get down on the right here safely. Yeah, let's go down. And you know what? Because we're down by some water, we might be able to find some more marshmallows. Oh, I forgot to count, I forgot to count, I forgot to count, I forgot to count. Come on, get down. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's grab these marshmallows. If there even are any. None here. None here. Basically, there are some plants here. They look like these reeds, but they have a little fluffy marshmallow-looking top. And you can eat the stalk, and you can burn the fluffy top as tinder. So they're actually very good to find. If you're desperate for food and you need to light fires with tinder. If you live for long enough, eventually you'll get so good at lighting fires that you... There it is. Eventually you get so good at lighting fires that you don't need tinder. But I am nowhere near that right now. The game calls them cattail heads, but I know the real secret that they're marshmallows. Okay, show me something good. Like, please have, like, a rifle, a bow, some arrows in this hunting blind. Please, come on. Literally just another whetstone. It can't end up being useful, Mackenzie. You don't have anything to sharpen with the whetstone, and you've already got one. It literally cannot be useful for you, Mackenzie. Okay, let's just take a quick look for marshmallows, and then we'll start a quick fire to warm up. There's some more. I was hoping for more marshmallows, but even this many, you know what? I forgot, we can't really stay away for very long because our water's going to boil off. That may have been a mistake on my part. I think with all these marshmallows, though, it will end up being a good choice. Check for marshmallows from afar. I see some. Oh, why do I hear an awoo back in the direction we came from? Wolves sometimes will awoo occasionally. The polite ones will awoo and let you know what direction they're in. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to light a fire with the magnifying lens and a stick. What this is going to let us do is, first order business, warm up a little bit, hopefully. Second, it'll give us a torch. We can use that to scare the wolves away. Third, because it's sunny, and hopefully not too windy, we'll be able to light it without using a match.
Well, that
Failed.
could work.
Another 1 in 4 unlucky. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
My fingers feel numb.
Yep, I know, Mackenzie. We might actually have to pop a coal on. Yeah, this is probably going to be a little bit unfortunate. But we have 20 coals back at the place. We'll be fine. We'll be okay.
All
Yeah.
right.
Add fuel. Yeah, I'll pop a coal on. And maybe another stick. And now we can warm up some. Surely no one has gotten sick from 17% soda, right? Okay, good. Very good. Can we get in a little windbreak? Trying to find somewhere to get a little bit warmer. Here we go. We have 3 up arrows on our temperature instead of just 2. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure our water will have boiled off by now, but we can just make some more. It's not the end of the world. And we can also pick up some sticks on the way back to extend our burn time. I would like to avoid burning coal to boil some water. Coal is better for warming up like this, in my opinion. Okay, just a little bit longer. And then we can probably make it all the way back, assuming that no crazy wind pops up. But hey, stranger things have happened. In fact, it sounds kind of windy. Let's go for half. Half the bar and then we'll go. Good enough. See if we can get a better torch out of this. That's a good torch. Okay. Now, okay, the wolf is that way. We're heading this way. To avoid Buddy. Because he wants to give us a nice little hug because he's our friend. But he hasn't washed his hands or his tiny little mouth knives. So we'll try to avoid that. Each one of these sticks is helpful. 6 sticks is worth 1 liter of water. 3 sticks is worth a half liter. The only thing I don't like, blind hills, that there might be a wolf or a bear on the other side of. Okay. What is this? So many branches, so few sticks. Every little bit helps. Okay, this is still not looking better. These big branches, they take a little bit of time to break into tiny sticks. These tiny size sticks are the only ones that you can pick up immediately. See, like that. Like, give me the stick. Give it to me. There we go. And I believe that this big hill is the one we want to go over to get back to our house. Yeah. Don't have time to, don't have all that much time to burn. Crows. Circling crows usually means there's something dead. It's either a person or a deer. And that's a wolf. That is a wolf that tried to sneak over that hill and try to get us. He put that deer there to lure us over, and then he came in from the side for an ambush. But I'm too wily for you. Can't get me like that. Way too wily. Okay. Trying to think. So, the things that I'm really waiting to do are, 1, get up this without breaking an ankle. That's why I'm sprinting and using burning fatigue effectively. And 2, we want to cure that deer hide. And 3, we want to make pants. Once we make the pants, or perhaps even before that, because we're kind of low on food over here, we want to head out up to the camp cabin that is over by the lake. If we're feeling extremely spicy, and for whatever reason we decide we want to chill out by the camp cabin for a little bit, what we could do is we could check the fishing cabins on the lake to see if there's anything nice in them. Well, let me be more precise. To see if there's anything nice, let's, just in case. I don't know if the fire inside has gone out yet, so let's keep this fire going, and if we need to light it again, we can. Do I hear boiling? No. No, it completely boiled off. Okay, well and it's embers, so it just boiled off. Actually, if it's embers, we can add fuel directly. And it just stopped being embers. Well, that's fine, we have the torch. And we can start it with some of all of these sticks. Surely we won't get 1 in 16 unlucky again. Surely.
Come on.
Yeah, come on. My thoughts exactly, Mackenzie. Okay, great. Put this out. Not light. Put you away and feed you. What do we want to feed you? Sticks. Sticks first. Let's keep 3. Water, 2 liters. We're probably going to need more water. Breakdown, yeah. Yeah, we can break down some of these crates, etc. And add this reclaimed wood. Reclaimed wood is not great. It's not something you want to...
I feel so tired.
Mackenzie, you feel tired because you've been walking around all day? You've been walking around all day and you've been awake all day. Reclaimed wood is hard to start a fire with, and it's heavy for the amount of time it burns. So ideally, you don't want to carry it around if you can avoid it. Okay, is there anything else convenient that we can break down? Not really. I do remember seeing some cloth somewhere, and we're quite low on surplus cloth because we dropped a bunch of it. I guess 3 isn't too low. Not too low at all. But I still would like to have another. I don't know where it is. Oh well, we'll check in the morning. Bench, how long is this to break down? 45 minutes. How long are you? 17 minutes till melted, and then another hour until boiled. We can break you down. And let's make sure we don't... Okay. Just want to make sure none of the gauges go to 0. No matter what it takes. I want to baby the thirst gauge while this water is boiling. Because even that little bit is... Let's see. Oop. Okay, can we... No. You know, we have enough reishi teas. Let's just drink a reishi tea. Look at all these. Alright, not reishi, rosehip. We'll drink a rosehip tea. Better safe than sorry. Okay. So you're... Trying to think. We have a ton, and I mean a ton, of stuff to carry around still. These are not quite yet cured. How long do we really stay here? We can probably sneak in another 1.5 liters. How long can we really stay here? Well, first off, that's going to boil in an 1.5 hours, and that's... I don't think it should boil off, but we can just sleep for an hour. Yeah. Sleep for an hour, then we'll eat some. Definitely want to baby our gauges. Because, Harry, I don't know if you're still around. You don't have to say anything if you are. But one of the hard things about this... Well, one of the design decisions that I slightly disagree with respect to this game is, as you sleep, your gauges can still go down. You can still take damage, and taking damage, you know, effectively dying will not wake you up. So if you accidentally sleep for too long, you could just kill yourself. Accidentally. Ask me how I know. This isn't the first time I've tried this challenge. It's one of the first handful of times The first time I tried this challenge that I actually got farther than just the immediate beginning, I accidentally slept and I think died in a sudden blizzard. So it's definitely something to be careful of. We're just chugging an entire container of maple syrup. It's a very Canadian thing to do. Okay. We're chilling, gnawing on some cattail stalks, like a proper survivalist. Drink food, eat water. Wait. No, the other way around. Eat food, drink water. Stove is fine. Yeah, this is okay. Okay, and you know we can... How much burn time do we have? It's sort of free. Not a whole... Oh, I forgot about all the reclaimed wood I broke apart. Reclaimed wood, how long is this going to give us? Right now, we put on 2 liters, it should cook. It should cook, and then by the time the fire burns down, it shouldn't boil off. Okay, which means we can actually start sleeping. Yeah. Yeah, just sleep a little bit at a time. Okay. Yeah. You're boiled, you're embers. As expected, we can pick you up. Completely boiling hot metal pot. Just pick it up and toss it in our pack. Yeah, let's slowly sleep. We should be able to sleep until at least mid-morning, late morning if we're lucky. But at least mid-morning. 4 liters of water is quite a good bit of water here. Now, I mean, we still have a lot of cattail stalks, but food is definitely our limiting situation. Sleep for 4 more hours. We can probably sleep for 1 more hour after this, but I think it should be dawn. Dawn-ish, at least. Let's see. Yeah, it's already dawn. And I think we can sleep for... Cabin fever risk. They have cabin fever in this mode? Oh my god. Okay, well. Well, that somewhat complicates things. I suppose we deserve it for staying so long in the Grey Mother place. But let's see. How do we deal with this? This would be much easier to handle if we had a damn bedroll. Okay, and how much cabin fever do we have? We have, like, a little bit of cabin fever. Only a little bit. Okay. So these are mostly cured. We do need to... Yeah, we need to leave here. We picked up all those things. Don't need the tinder plug. Let's see how over-encumbered we are if we pick up all these things. That's quite over-encumbered, actually. Can we drop stuff? No, this is probably okay. Probably. Yeah, we're not so slow. You know what? We've got a bunch of water. Let's drop 3 liters of water. And then we are only 5 kilograms overweight. Oh my god. This weather. Well, with this much visibility, there is no way, and I mean no way, that I'm running off into wolf territory. So as a reminder, we're somewhere around here. There could be wolves up here. There could be wolves over here. There could be wolves over here. There could be wolves over here, and we're trying to head here. Right here, by the left side of the lake. By the left side of the lake. Ideally, we could cut across in this direction and then head north on the train tracks, and then there's no way we miss it. I can see myself getting lost in these hills. But there could be a wolf here, at the bottom part of the train tracks, and there could be a wolf here. And I won't know if it's there until I run into it with this kind of weather. It's also quite cold. I suppose it is early morning. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do
Too much stuff to carry.
2 birds with 1 stone. First, we're going to break down this scrub brush. That'll give us a bunch of sticks. Ooh, that is really cold. Wow. Wow, that's cold. Second, we're going to go back. There's a book on the bench. We're going to get the book. We're going to use 2 books. Let's make sure we still have a whetstone. We do still have a whetstone. We're certainly never going to need more than 1 whetstone. Lots of water. We're fine on water. We have tons of water, tons of tea. Okay, this visibility is actually nice. But now we're cold, so we're still doing the plan. The plan is we start a fire very, very safely. Okay, we do have like 19 matches. And hopefully we can find more at our next location. Well, we're getting kind of low.
Come on.
So we start this fire, we warm up a little bit. We wait for the weather to turn a little bit more. So simultaneously,
That's done.
we are warming
Can't
up.
feel my feet.
We are losing a little bit of our cabin fever. And hopefully we're also getting a few torches out of the deal. We'll see. And perhaps also waiting until it is a warmer part of the day.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
You see, all these things, they're only increasing the ambient temperature by 12 Celsius, which means we're more than 12 Celsius underwater. So we'll have to toss on a coal. The coal should increase it by 20 Celsius. And that should warm us up quite nicely. Yeah, so it should go to from 12 to like 32-ish. And it stops at 32. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with this much visibility. So that is 3 hours of burn time. Let's... Where's that book? That book that we're never actually... Did I burn the book? I might have burned the book. Or I'm not carrying it. Let's hop inside really quick and see if it's still on that shelf. It is. Oops, this shelf. Okay. Because we can sort of stand right next here, and we can fast forward time by spending an hour reading this Frontier Shooting Guide. Of course, improve your rifle firearm skill. We're never going to find a rifle. There's no way we're finding a rifle. So this is really just to fast forward time, and hopefully reduce our cabin fever risk, which is still kind of rough. It's
I'm not
almost
sure I can carry
noon.
much more.
Let's read for 1 more hour, and then we'll pull torches and leave. Okay. Yeah, the fog is gone. This is good. So let's just grab a bunch of flaming pieces of log and hope they're not too hot to handle. I guess we do have some leather work gloves, so it shouldn't be a problem. Oh, I don't like how this wind is blowing in though. So let's leave. Let's get moving. Oh, that is, yeah. I think we waited too long. This wind is going to be a problem. Yeah. This say goodbye to the torch we just got. Ah, what a waste. What a waste. We're going to have to find another shelter somewhere and start another fire because we're not going to be able to make it in this wind all the way that we need to. Although it is noon. I have an idea. There's possibly a person across that hill. There's also possibly a wolf. Let's prepare. Players can scare off wolves sometimes. There's possibly, a dead body with something nice by it. I doubt it, though. But if not, we can head to the right and maybe find some shelter. There's some steep hills over in that direction. Some steep hills that should shield us from at least a little bit of this wind. Come on. Okay, do we have a wolf? No wolf. Good. Okay, let's check this body over here. And then I think already we're going to have to head over there and make another fire, because it's cold. It's very cold. Feather. And what have you got? Got anything good on your phone? Nothing. Man. Apparently Max's last stand ended poorly because he had nothing. Nothing to fight with. You know, if I was smart, I would have warmed up a bunch of those teas on that fire that we were waiting by. But I'm not smart, so I didn't. Yeah, you see, now that we're in this windbreak, it's a lot less cold. Let's see how far we can get. Pick up some sticks. Pick up some more sticks. Okay, yeah, I think we... Yeah. Yeah, if we go any farther forward, we'll lose the windbreak here. Well, I guess we can go a little bit closer. But I want to go up in that direction. Through that gradual slope that's forward. Possibly a wolf up there? It's hard to tell through the trees. He could be behind a tree. Could be behind that big rock over there. But I think we try to start a fire here. Waste of a match. Kind of a waste of a match. But we need to warm up for this last leg. What I hope is the last leg. Because there's no way we can make it.
My head feel thick.
So we put a stick on. Very nice.
Right.
We put a couple more sticks on. Each stick does a little bit of temperature. Just squeaks a little bit out. Can I see 3C? No, I guess not. I guess each stick is what, like half a Celsius? Probably. And 1 coal. And the coal, this should warm us up. Warm us up nice and good. And you know what? In the meantime, let us warm these up. Specifically the rose hips. And someone told me a technique. That being, put the things on the ground. And put them somewhere near the fire. And they should warm up. Double check that we're not getting snuck up on by a wolf. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, so 2 hours of burn time, not bad. Not bad at 25 Celsius. Also, it sounds like the wind went away. So this is actually extremely good for us. Not only is it going to be warmer, or less cold out of the windbreak, cold. Okay, so you're warming up, you're warming up, you're warming up. You're not. You're not. And you're not. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on these. Actually, yeah, we'll keep an eye on them, and then we'll pick them all up when they're like 10 minutes-ish. We'll drink one, we'll put the rest in our insulated flask, and then we'll pull some torches. How many torches do we actually have? We actually already have a bunch of torches. But it can never hurt to have more unless you really start walking slowly. But we're good for now. Good for now. Can you overdose on rose hips? I don't know. There's one way to find out, I suppose. Wait, where is it? A beautiful rose hip. Let me pet you. Okay. Still don't see any wolves. I don't like how this fog is rolling in. Let's move. Yeah. Grab all these. Drink one of them. and toss the rest in the insulated flask. I don't think all of them will fit. Yeah. Oh, they just all fit. Okay. Now torches. Oops. That's a good torch. When you grab torches out of the fire, they're never at full condition. They're like always partially used. But some of them are better than others. I think it's random whether you get a high condition torch or a low condition torch. I hear an awoo back in that direction of Max's last stand, where we looted that body of nothing. And I don't hear an awoo forward, which is always extremely good news. Alright. It's early afternoon. We're moving. And hopefully there are no road bumps. Oof. Sounds like a little bit of wind coming back. Just a little bit. Oh, that's a wolf. Okay. So there was a wolf here, but we got lucky with his location. Very lucky with that location. If he was anywhere in this pass here, we wouldn't be able to get by him. But now we have at least a chance. Well, of course the wind blows. You know what? This game, man. We're about to lose this torch too. Yep. Yep. Okay. Now the question, can we make it all the way? I do not know. In this much wind, no windbreak, there's not going to be any good windbreaks for the rest of the railroad. I do not know. I think we have to try. While we still have this warming stuff, and while the wolf isn't on our tail, I think we have to try to make it. Let's hope this guy doesn't come around this corner here. And you know what? What are we going to use this fatigue for, other than getting away from wolf? So let's do a little bit of sprinting. Of course, with sprinting you can run faster. The downside is it drains your fatigue gauge more than just walking. Or I suppose this is more like a jog. It drains your fatigue gauge a lot. Second chance for wolves is over this little hill to the left here. So let's actually prepare for that, in case a wolf decides to pop up. But I think this was the right decision. So far I think we're correct in going directly, instead of trying to shelter in that train tunnel. Yeah, we're almost past it here. I'm just worried because this whole train track is just a blind hill that something fluffy could be on the other side of. Actually, hold on, do we... Okay, we do have all the guts and pelts. Okay. Last place for a wolf is on the left here. Again, just over the train tracks. But I think we're close enough. We should be safe. That power line, the breakaway from the train, it leads to the cabin. Actually, we do have a little bit of extra time here. Time is in. Time until we freeze. So let's just use it picking up some sticks. Okay. Here's our cabin. Hopefully there's something nice here. I think we'll probably have to stay here until we can make these pants. Oh, first I remember there might be something good in this box. Nope. Nothing good in the box. Alright, now cross your fingers and hope to find a bedroll. Please,
if I can drop any
for the love of
gear.
all that is holy, please give me a bedroll. No bedrolls down here that I can see. Come on. Give me a bedroll. Oh, I don't think we got lucky. I don't think we got lucky. We didn't. Okay, so this backer is not the crazy backer. Yeah, no such luck. Alright. Well, let's see how much food we have here. That will extend our stay. Starting from, I suppose, over here. Recycled can will take that. Can opener, I think we already have one of those. Bedroll. I've never seen a bedroll here, but I've also never seen something I'd rather see in my life. Alright, so that is a fantastic find. Because now we're not completely boned if we get lost. Although at the same time, I will say, I can't think of another place that we would get lost and another cooking pot.
No one needs this anymore.
I can't think of another place we could get lost, even, where I don't know where a bed is. So, finally finding a bedroll here might be kind of useless. But you know what? First order of business. Let's drop all these curables so they can start their timers. Yeah. Okay. Got anything in the crates? No. Papers, papers, papers. Check the file cabinets. Check the shelves. Check the workbench. Just papers, huh? Wilderness Kitchen. We can use that to fast forward time and not feel guilty about wasting it. Don't really need the antiseptic, because we already have old man's beard wound poultices, which are good for burgeoning infections. Ooh, hiccup. Let's see what else we have. What else is floating around here?
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Drawers. That looks like it might be an energy bar on top. Painkillers. We don't need painkillers. Okay. So there's actually a whole lot of nothing here. Very little stuff worth our time. Really, it was just the bedroll. Okay, we're kind of tired, but we're not so tired. We also didn't find any matches, so we're still a little low on the match situation. What is this, 17 matches left? And how is our drinkables? Okay, a little bit of water and the tomato soup could help too. Let's do the water. At least some of it. And let's see. Where do we want to store things for easy access? I guess the drawers upstairs are probably the best. But let's just drop stuff on the floor here, so it's easy to get to. We don't need two at this time. We definitely don't need so many torches. I'll drop the torches and... You hear that? It sounds like the wind stopped. If the weather is nice outside, we might go and check the cabins on the lake if there are no wolves. 1, there might be good tools. 2, we might find more marshmallows. Oh, we can also drop the mountaineering rope. That would help. That would help a lot. Okay. A bunch of these torches get dropped here. We can burn those later. Oh, we still have cabin fever, don't we? We do. Keep the torches. We'll light a fire somewhere else.
Too heavy to carry.
Forgot about that. I definitely forgot about the cabin fever aspect. I wish... You know what? I just had a brain blast. Here's what we do. We drop the mountaineering rope. We drop... I don't know, what else? 4 scrap metals. We drop... What else can we drop? The antiseptic. And we drop some of these coals. Not all of them, but some. 21 coals. That's a lot of coals. You might say, why do you still need 10 coals? It's because we actually have everything we need to make a fishing line. So what we're going to do, we have 3 hooks, 20 minutes, not that bad, shouldn't be that bad on the cabin fever side of things. We have, how many guts do we have here? 1 gut. We need 4 total. 2 guts. So 2 guts here. We have, where is it? 4 guts in inventory. Yeah, well, scrap metal. Cabin fever. We'll do 3 more hooks. And then we'll make 4 lines and 4 fishing tackles. 4 lines. And what does it take to make fishing tackle? Okay, we can do this outside. So we'll make the fishing tackle outside. Drink-wise, we're okay. Food-wise, we're okay. Yes. Okay. We head outside. We check the visibility. If visibility is good, and this is good enough for me, and there are no wolves, we'll head over to that fishing hut. And on the way, we can check for marshmallows. I don't see any marshmallows. How can there be so many reeds and no marshmallows? So here's what we can do. My supposition is that this hut, this fishing hut over here, will count as an outside location. But it's warmer than just chilling out outside. Chilling out outside, get it? Haha. And while we're in there, it should have a stove, probably a garbage potbelly stove, but it should have a stove that we can boil some water on. We can try to catch some fish. If we catch fish, we can cook them and eat them. And that will stretch our time here a little bit longer. Because we still have about, I want to say, a day. Ooh, that sounds like, first, there's a wolf over there. Second, that sounds like blizzard noise. You know what? Yeah, that wolf is a little too close for comfort to that fishing hut, and I don't think that fishing hut has a door. I believe one of the other fishing huts does have a door, and I would like to be able to shut that. So if we can sneak by this wolf, we'll just do a very quick check of this hut, and then we'll leave. But it looks like he's coming this way, and I don't like that. Ooh, it really looks like he's coming this way. Why does he continue to walk this way? And why am I walking so damn slow? Mackenzie, it's just a little bit of wind. Actually, I think the wolf is walking away. Yeah, there's no door here. Okay, so let's be quick. And I see some marshmallows in that next patch. And no wolves on the right, which means that, which I think has the door, might be our ticket. Okay, first off, firewood, I'll take it. I'm just literally taking everything here, which is actually not much.
Too heavy.
I did not need that down vest at all. The scrap metal is welcome. Why? Who keeps 2 down vests? A madman. And this looks like a great place for marshmallows. Some would say it's the best place for marshmallows. But I don't know too much about that. I think the The path between the mountain town, Milton, and the crashed plane was also quite good for marshmallows. Yeah, hearing a woo all the way over there. Fog is rolling in. I don't like that. I don't see any marshmallows over here, so I don't think it's worth our time to go and check. Okay, so there are no wolves on this side of the lake. That's good, because there can be. Let's do a very, very quick marshmallow check over here. Very quick. Nothing. Little scan with the eyes. Alright. Do we have anything good? We have more firewood, which I actually will take in this situation. Because we will be burning it. I would have liked some matches, though. Kind of getting a little bit match concerned. Okay, potbelly stove, garbage stove, because it only has one burner. However, sometimes that's good enough.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah, come on, come on. It's 1 in 20 chance of failing. Certainly I'll never fail. Okay.
That did it.
Add fuel. What do we want? All the reclaimed, because reclaimed is garbage. And few sticks. Can't think of anything else we could need sticks for. And 2 hours. Let's do 2 liters of water with that. Okay, for starters, let's pry bar this hole open. We can see how long this takes to do. Seems like it's taking a long time, actually. Yeah, wow. That took like 40 minutes to pry open. And that... not my favorite weather situation. But we're not so far away that it's super dangerous yet. Yeah, cabin fever is going down. This is a very good idea. Right, I need to make the fishing tackle. Of course. Make 1 fishing tackle. And maybe 2 fishing tackle, because there's probably a good chance that this thing breaks. Okay. Break you open real quick. And drink some water, eat some food. Really don't want to let those gauges go down. In fact, we're probably going to drink some coffee later too, because the fatigue bar is low too. Hear that? That sounds like a transitory piece of wind. Yeah. Yeah, the weather is nice. Weather is nicer now. Alright. Let's actually... we're fishing for 1 hour at a time.
The sun's setting.
Oh.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
I almost forgot.
Like something is sapping my energy.
I think this would have boiled off. Take that. Is there anything else we want to do? Yes, there is. Let's spin this time to... warm up one of these coffees. Warm up the coffee. We drink
Might
it.
have to drop some gear.
Or we fish and then we drink it. We'll see how cold it is in here. But so far, still need to work on the cabin fever. Actually, to the point where... add a book. Add a couple of cedars. Take the coffee off. Let's sleep for 2 hours. This should probably be okay. Oh god, this is a huge risk, but I think we gotta do it. This damn cabin fever. Ooh, this is a risk. I'm afraid of a wolf coming up. Certainly the fire will keep it away, right? We'll do 1 hour at a time. 1 hour at a time, come on. Come on, even though I hear the wind, certainly I'm not gonna wake up dead. Whew. Whoa. Thank goodness. Okay. How are we on things? We go outside. Yeah, that's cold. Okay. We'll break this. We'll fish for an hour, by which time that should be getting ready to be done. We'll fish for an hour. See if, okay, we did catch something. Not bad. Only caught one thing, though. That was not nearly as tiring as I thought it might be. Almost done with cabin fever. Let's toss another couple shrimps on this Barbie. Maybe even a coal. Fish for another hour.
Something's making me feel tired.
Mackenzie, it's being awake all day is making you feel tired. Oh, you know what? We should also cook these fish. Because fish are extremely heavy until you cook them, and even afterwards they're still extremely heavy. 38 minutes to cook. Okay, which means we can fish and then cancel the fish. Cancel. Okay. And it's windy again. But we should have lost cabin fever by now. Good, very good. Right, after this is done cooking, I think we head back into the cabin. Because we are tired, we need to sleep properly. And I don't think we have enough burn time to safely sleep out here. Alright, eat you. Delicious. Drink some, because we're still quite heavy. We're going to be walking slow, especially if the wind is deciding to be mean to us. Okay, make sure there are no wolves around. And now we need to get out of here before we freeze. But it's close enough, we should be fine. Yeah, I still see the wolf over there. But the wind is blowing from him to us. We are downwind, he shouldn't be hunting us. Even with one scent mark, it's kind of far away for him to be hunting us. But I never put it past the game. Especially in the direction he's walking. Hey, look at that. What is that? Why are you walking this way? Why are you walking this way? Can't tell if he's walking this way. Oh, why is he getting so close? Why does he keep getting so close? I don't like that. So we are never going back out on that lake. Because there are wolves. In fact, there might be wolves around this corner. Okay, we should be fine. I think we can just barely squeak it in with this amount of fatigue. Just barely. Come on. You can do it, Mackenzie. It's just a little bit of wind. It's just a little bit of carry weight. Yeah, I think the temperature is fine. We're pretty close. I'm worried about the fatigue. But the fatigue damage is so slow, it's not that bad to chip away a little bit. It won't be the end of the world. Well, it might be the end of the world, but I hope it's not. Harvest cattail. Even though we're in a desperate situation, gotta get the cattail. Okay, this is farther than I thought it was. We should be safe from wolves here. At this point, anyway. Alright, come on.
Can't feel my hands.
Well, let's also be very careful not to just... If this was any other game mode, I would just reflexively sleep for 12 hours straight. But in this game mode, I'm sure we would wake up dead from dehydration. Again, questionable game design choices. Oof. This is actually getting to be kind of close temperature-wise. Yeah, that's kind of rough. Can we go here? No. Oof. You know what? We're not even going to
Too
go
much
to the
stuff
bed.
to carry.
We're going to pop down the bedroll right here. No, we can go to the bed. We can go to the bed. If I could see. We have the storm lantern. This is not a problem for me. Made it most of the way up the stairs, though. Okay. Bed. Sleep for 2 hours to start. And then we can figure out what the sleep and whatever situation is. All right. Okay, still pitch dark. Still kind of hungry. We do have this fish to cook. And we have all these cattail stalks. I love a good cattail stalk so much. We still have something like 6,000 cattail stalk calories. It's so nice. It's so nice. Okay, we can sleep for a couple more. Just piecemeal so we don't accidentally die in our sleep. It's more likely than you think. Slurp some more water. Cooking that 2 liters in the fishing cabin was quite a good idea, I think. And we can do 4 at a time. Probably about 8 hours more to sleep. No, 4 hours more now. Okay. It's already... We'll see what the situation is after we wake up completely. Because it's already early morning and we are still tired little boys. Well, I suppose it goes with the cat motif. Okay. How are we doing? Food-wise, eh. Water-wise, eh. I guess we have a bunch of rose hips and other things we can drink. How are our curables doing? Are we getting cabin fever again? No, not yet. Alright, show me the curables. Cured, cured, cured. Good. I think... Yeah, I think we start with the pants. Let's make sure we still want to make pants. Clothing-wise, we have still pretty good trail boots, and we have these trash jeans. If you may ask, what is cabin fever? Cabin fever is a malady that was added because it was too easy to survive indoors. Basically, if you stay inside for too long, you get it's like a hypothermia or a frostbite bar that keeps building up the longer you spend indoors. And if it goes all the way up, I think you start taking damage when you're indoors. I've never gotten it fully, so I don't know for sure. But I think that's how it goes. Okay. Yeah, let's, I guess, start making these pants. Do I not have... Did I not pick everything up? Oh, you know what? I must have been in the wrong menu. Yeah, we want to be in the clothing menu. Okay, so deerskin boots or pants. The boots, like I said before, are better than the pants temperature-wise by 1/2 degree in the warmth. The wind chill is the same. But the pants will be replacing a much worse piece of gear. The trail boots are 1 Celsius and 1 Celsius, so we'd only be getting 2.5 Celsius from it. The pants are only 1 Celsius here, so we'll be getting 3 Celsius from it. And also pants are trash. Pants are complete garbo, so we're going to be doing the pants. And we're going to be doing it 1 hour at a time, because this game, you know how it is. I guess we can do 2 hours at a time. Because crafting is thirsty work, apparently. Wow. Really thirsty work. Cabin fever again? My brother. Ah. Okay, well, I have a plan for this. First, we drop these garbage down vests. Yeah, I guess
All
it's just...
think about is food.
I guess it's a bar that just remains all the time. Okay, so here's the plan. The plan is, we're right here. We finish the pants. I think we can finish the pants before we get cabin fever proper. And then we head up to, there's a Firewatch overlook somewhere over here. Maybe it's over here. It's nearby, and I suspect it doesn't count as indoors proper. It should have a bed. It should have a stove. Probably not a lot of food, but we can figure that out when we get there. And it's also kind of a little bit on the way. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have to really be dipping into these cattail stalks. So not the best situation to be in. But I think these pants are really going to be worth it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we just keep crafting pants until it stops us because it's too dark. Which is probably going to be soon. But if not, take it. 1 hour at a time, maybe? Yeah, that stopped us. Okay, you know what? How much lantern oil do we have? I think not enough to work through the night. Yeah, I think not enough. So, what can we really do here? What can we really do? I think we start a fire outside. Oh, I forgot. It's not a loading screen, it's just pitch black.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Okay, it is extremely dark out here. I can't see anything. I don't know about how you guys have your settings, but I can't see anything out here. Let's think. Cabin fever. Yeah, this is... I do hear a wooze. Not too far away, though. Or not too close, though. What's our burnables look like? Okay, we have 16 matches. 16 matches. A decent amount of burnables. You know what we can do? Even though it's pitch dark, I bet we can read out here. What if we try that? What if we try reading The Wilderness Kitchen? Aha, we can. Can we squeak in? No. We can't squeak in a full hour. That is a shame. Unless we start a fire. Book, wood matches, start. Oh, God, you gotta be kidding me. Damn it. Hypothermia means we're losing health right now. Damn it.
Damn.
Okay.
I'm freezing.
We'll pop a coal on and we'll mitigate this. ASAP.
It worked.
Come on. Add fuel, coal, add. Now give me warmth. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, I don't think we took too much damage there. But we might as well take the opportunity to cook some water. Because we're quite low right now. Add fuel. We've got a bunch of sticks to start fire with. So let's add this. We'll keep the coal out of it for now. And again, just hope the wind doesn't turn on us. Okay, are we still warm back here? Yes. So now let's reach for an hour and hope the wind doesn't turn on us. Okay. Okay, that's good. Yeah, pulling double duty. 1, we're getting close to being able to sleep till dawn. 2, we are slowly, painfully slowly reducing cabin fever. Yeah. 1, oh, you know what? Forgot about the fish. I should have cooked the fish. Well, it's fine. Because what we'll do is we'll read for another hour.
I need to find food.
Okay, read for another. The water's done. We toss the fish. That'll actually cook. And is there anything else to cook? Not really. I guess the tomato soup. Let's cook that, because why not?
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Adds 10% in calories. Of course, feels like the wind is about to screw with us, though. So we just have to hope. Oh yeah, the wind completely screwed with us. Well. We can finish cooking that tomorrow morning, I suppose. Head inside. There's no point in staying out in that much wind. I do need to find my way up to the bed again. We can probably sleep till morning. What was that? It was just a spiderweb. Cobweb. Okay. Down to 15 matches. Sleep for 3 hours. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Please, please, please do not have lost well fed. For the love of all that's holy. Oh my goodness, that's close. That is very close. That was too close. I wish you could wake up from being asleep. It's very annoying that it's just fire and forget, and just hope you don't die. But we made it through. We just need to chew on all these cattail stalks. Okay. How many do I have left? Let's go to 25 and see how far that'll get us. Okay. It is still nighttime. We'll wake up because we need to drink water. Mackenzie is such a thirsty boy. Unfortunately, yeah, we're getting cabin fever back from this, but we cannot, under any circumstances, go out before dawn. Only terrible things could happen. And I think we can squeak one more hour in. It should be light now. It's barely light, and I also feel like I hear a blizzard outside. Let's see what the situation is. But first, we'll drink. Okay, show me a blizzard. Close enough. Well, you know what? It's fine if this weather is bad because we still need to finish those pants. And it's light, so we can finish the pants. So let's finish the pants. 5 hours. That's going to be rough with the cabin fever. 2 at a time. 2 at a time. Water. Yeah, we're going to have to get moving pretty quick. Pretty soon, I should say. Pants me. Let's also check how much damage that this 4 hours inside did to the cabin fever. Why do I feel like that went down? I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to question it. We need to drink. And then we need to finish these pants. Finally. I've had designs to make these pants almost since we entered Milton. Which has been a long time coming, thank goodness. Okay, let's take off these garbage, trash, no one loves them jeans. And put on these beautiful pants. Warmth bonus 11 Celsius. Why do I feel like it was 11 Celsius just before? No, I guess it was a little bit less. And windproof +6, that's not bad. I've got half a mind to repair that windbreaker. Because we're losing 1 Celsius of windproofness. And also the socks. So, what's our cloth situation? Cloth situation is 4. Down vest we can turn into more cloth. Let's first check the weather. I hear it's still windy outside. And it's also not sunny. So, how is this tomato soup still hot? It's been outside in the fire for... I can't tell if it... I think this is cooked. I think that... I don't know what happened last night while that fire was out, but somehow all of our stuff cooked. But the weather is too bad to remain outside. So, let's do some of these repairs. I've been carrying this around and I didn't even check to see if it was good. Or if it was a plaid sweater. I don't remember where I picked this up. I only caught a glance of it, but we've been carrying this around the whole time. That's fantastic. Because the Mackinac, by fully repaired, is probably 3 Celsius warm and 2.5 Celsius wind chill. That is a little bit better than the ski jacket. And it's, I think, substantially better than the windbreaker. So instead of repairing the windbreaker, let's repair the Mackinac jacket, even though it's a risky 2-cloth repair. Okay, we got the first one, and it's at 94%. That's pretty good. Let's do the socks. It also sounds like the wind has stopped. Okay, now here's the moment of truth. This fish. Yeah, cabin fever still. Is this fish going to give us food poisoning? I feel like it shouldn't. Oh no, it says raw opened. I almost ate that fish. I almost ate it. Okay. That was close. We'll cook that later. Because I think we just need to head out here. All the coal. Oh, but first, let's actually replace our windbreaker with the Mackinac. Yeah, I think we're losing a Celsius of... Oh, it only goes to 2.5 Celsius? Let's think here. I think we replaced the ski jacket. The ski jacket is 4 total, 2 wind. This guy, I think it's also 4 total, 2 wind. Yeah, it's kind of a wash, isn't it? But the windbreaker is lighter. So if you replace the ski jacket... Yeah, because we're getting the extra warmth here, and we'd still be getting the increased... Yeah, we want the highest windbreaker on the outside. And we want the warmest thing on the inside. Where are you? Drop you. That'll give us a little bit more... It's still kind of painful. Pick that up just in case we need the extra cloth. Well, let's see, what can we do weight-wise? We can drink you. We're going to rip you guys up. It is a lot of gear, Mackenzie. Okay, here's the strategy. 1, we don't need all these torches. 3 torches is probably fine. 2... Oh, so it's not windy. This is the time to go. What we're going to do, you can't see through the fog, but the fire watch tower is right over there through that gap in the trees. Or it might be, maybe it's up to the right there. It doesn't matter. Point is, there's a pass somewhere past... There's an awoo back there. Somewhere past this sort of spindly tree that's just poking over the ridge, there's a pass. And the pass will lead us up to the fire watch tower. But to go back down, we're going to have to... Is it trying to blizzard? We're going to have to double back. And if we double back... God, it's a blizzard. Or at least it's much more fog. If we have to double back, what we can do is drop a whole bunch of stuff over here. Yeah, this is not good to be caught out in. So here's what we do. We go just over here, somewhere that this stuff will be visible, and we drop stuff. Like, for example, here-ish, we will drop 1 pot, we'll drop the mountaineering rope, we'll drop 1 recycled can.
Too heavy.
Keep all the burnables, because I don't know how hot it is going to be over there. This, we'll drop water. That's enough. Okay, we need to go. In fact, we need to sprint. It's not so close. This isn't the pass. This is the pass. Okay, if we got lost here, that would be very bad. It's not up here, is it? No, it's still down and around. Okay, please don't break an ankle. Mackenzie, there we go. Should be up this way. Man, this blizzard is really harshing my vibe here. This was the exact perfect time for it to not arise. Okay, we're going in the right direction. But we still can't be too slow.
We need to find some place to escape this cold.
Yeah, we're going, Mackenzie. It's almost dusk. Gosh, that temperature is going down fast. Wow. W-O-W. Wow, that's fast. I think with the wind, we just have to damage boost this. Yeah, this sucks. It is not good to be losing this health.
Cold. Just want to lay down for a bit.
We would have taken even more damage if I didn't drop that stuff. Because we'd be moving a lot slower. Come on. Come on. Come on. Here's our fire watchtower. Some stones, nothing else really. Doing a quick check of these planks, sometimes there's stuff on them. I've seen some bullet casings and maybe even some bullets if I'm lucky. And we can check the outside later, we're going inside directly. Please be warm. Okay, it is warm. Thank goodness. A firearm cleaning kit. This is how you know we're never going to find a gun anywhere in this run. I'm not even going to pick that up. The flares are good find. Those are good for fending off wolves when it's too windy. Sewing kit, Summit soda, Anything cheeky behind there? No, not really.
I might have to drop some gear.
Book, table, some burnables. Yeah, not too much that's good here. Not too much that's good. Antiseptic, don't need it. Well, you never know. I'll hope against hope that there's a rifle or a revolver or something somewhere. Somewhere eventually. Okay, so what are we going to do here? We are going to first wait at least overnight. Drink this soda. Probably didn't need to drink the soda quite yet. What else are we going to do? We're going to tear down these vests. No, not repair. Harvest. Second thing we're going to do is probably check that our cabin fever is going down and not up. Because that is important. That's the entire point of coming over here. We're going to fix the windbreaker. Yeah, 27-minute repair. That's pretty quick. I think this must count as exterior, right? This counts as interior? You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Really? Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. Trying to think, where else would be a good place to stay? There is a train derailment on the way to the hydro dam. Man, we have even less health because of that blizzard. What about, talk about rotten luck. Absolutely rotten luck. Well, Do we even bother starting a fire up here? The only reason I would start this fire is to get some water. And to cook the fish. Yeah, let's do that. We'll get some water, we'll warm up a little bit more, we'll cook the fish. If Might as well use some accelerant while we've got it. Guarantee that we don't waste a match.
That should help warm
Add
things
fuel. We'll do a coal. That'll give us a liter of water. And we should be able to cook the fish. If we can find it. There it is. Speaking of things that we can cook, how about our flask? Let's bring these back out. Okay, 45 minutes and you're an hour and 7. So that'll warm up, we'll warm up. If we really desperately needed burn time, we could break these down. You're an hour, I'm afraid that that would burn, otherwise I would take a quick nap. Because this place, as long as this place is still rising our cabin fever, it is dangerous to stay here. So as soon as this blizzard ends, we are out of here. As soon as it goes. -16 minutes, 39. All right. Eat you. Delicious. We'll drink some water. No, we won't drink some water because I want to drink some coffee. 20 minutes. We'll place the coffee. Warm the coffee. This blizzard is really cramping my style here. Pick you up. Ideally, we don't have to put any more burn time on here. $18 coal is still a safe amount of coal. So let that go. We can take this off and we can sleep for an hour. This will still be going when we wake up. We can get a little bit of fatigue, see if the frickin' blizzard ends, which I don't think it did. And still be nice and warm. Yeah. Add fuel. Another coal to burn. It's kind of a shame. It's kind of a shame, but we cannot go anywhere with this blizzard. Man, this thing just really wants to last, doesn't it? Suppose this is what all this coal is for. Okay, it sounds like the blizzard might have stopped. I think the blizzard stopped. Okay, this is good. Oh, damn, it's dark outside. Okay, so the blizzard stopped, but we still can't leave. The only reason I keep putting coals on is in the hopes that eventually we can warm a coffee up. Okay, fingers crossed. Bright moonlit night. No, I don't think we got so lucky. But at the same time, it's not. This is light enough for me. This is light enough. We'll put a coffee on. We'll put a rose hip on. 8 minutes, 7 minutes. Yeah, so the coffee will warm up. Take the coffee. We'll place another rose hip. And we'll place another rose hip. Okay, so yeah, the warm rose hips are going to go in the flask. The coffee, where's the warm one? The coffee we can drink. Should have put them all on the ground here. I forgot about that. But it's too late now. Yeah, speed that up. Take you. Paused. Not even going to give me any embers? Rude. Okay, we'll drink the coffee before it cools down. Chase it with some water. And we'll toss the rose hips in the insulated flask. Okay, this is fine. You know what? I really wish it's bright enough to see. But I really wish I had pulled a torch while that fire was still going. I wish that fire had given us embers. And actually, before, let's eat some of these. Yeah, we're getting low on food. We need to eat these cattail stalks. Four and 5. Okay, so we head back, we pick up our stuff, we go to the train derailment, see if we can find a gun there. There's a pretty decent chance that there's wolves along the way. But who knows, maybe we'll continue to get lucky. At least for now, this is manageable. Probably. As long as it's not windy, we can be prepared with a torch. It'll be a shame to lose another match if we have to burn it. But if we have to burn it, that's the way it's got to be. Let's have very good trigger discipline here. We cannot afford to waste any matches by a slight misclick. We want to check this field down here, make sure there are no wolves waiting for us. And then we want to check the way over to the train tracks, because we don't want any wolves to be waiting over there for us either. I think this is the way. Probably. Yeah, I feel good about this. Maybe? No, this is already the train derailment. If I took a wrong turn, we'll have to double back, but it's fine. As long as we can get down without breaking an ankle. This also gives us a little bit of foreknowledge on the wolf situation. And I don't... No, that's just a shadow. I don't see any wolves. I think we can probably hop down here, right? Yeah. Okay, train derailment. Let's check inside just quickly. You really need to stop to click that thing, Mackenzie? Okay, show us what you got. You got a book.
That being useful.
We probably don't need. Nothing, and probably an empty container. Literally nothing. Alright. Oh, but usually there are flares in the ground around here. Let's just be very careful to look. Because it would be a real shame to miss them. Okay, no flares then. Alright, turn this off, save some gas. And prepare in case there are any wolves. We dropped our stuff over by those acorn trees. But now I'm wondering, does sleeping in a car count as being outside? Yeah, this cabin fever is rough. Very rough. You know what? There's a cave I know of in the ravine. We're heading to the ravine next anyway. In fact, where's our stuff? Should be somewhere around here. Yeah, there's the gap, so our stuff should be on the ground, question mark? Somewhere easy to see, there it is.
Pack is getting kind of heavy.
Oh god, I just wasted 2 matches. This game really needs to... How many matches do we have? This game really needs to fix its interaction keys, because that was just pointless. That was completely pointless. Make sure we got the mountaineering rope. That was the most important thing to pick up. We don't need both cans. We don't need either can. Okay, so we're going to temporarily bypass the hydro dam because we can't go inside and stay inside for very long because we have cabin fever, almost. That means we're going to go past it into the ravine. There should be a cave that we can caveman in the ravine. And basically just hunker down there for a while. Although the food situation is getting kind of rough. There might be a deer carcass we can harvest over there. Get a little bit of our food back. It's not guaranteed, though. I think there should be a backpack on the far side of this hill. There could also be a wolf. Just keep an eye out. But I haven't heard any polite awoos. I think we're good here. We definitely lucked out on this stint of the train tracks. Because they could be filthy over here. All right, here's... Oh, you know what? We are, I think, so desperate for food. How much food do you have? Yeah, it's also cold. We'll start a fire. Ooh, hate to use the match. Hate to use it. But yeah, let's do it. Not light, please. Add fuel. We'll do a coal. We'll harvest you, which should only take 9 minutes. And then we will cook that. We'll warm up a rose hip. Yeah, it's all looking up. Place. Guess there's no point in not using the pots. We will cook a game of venison. We will cook a rose hip. Heat that up. No, we'll heat that up later. For now, how much water do we have? It's a decent amount. We'll do a half liter. That should take 30 minutes. Yeah, it's plenty of time. Getting sketchy on even speeding up 15... Oh, come on now. You've got to be kidding me. Oh. You know, this game sometimes... This game... I guess we just have to go. It couldn't wait 10 minutes to start being so windy. Couldn't even wait 10 minutes. I did pick up both pots, right? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I didn't get either pot? What a joke. What an absolute joke. This game sometimes. The design decisions needed a little bit more baking in the oven. I think we should be close enough to the dam. We're gonna have to either camp out in the car outside the dam. If it's warm enough, we'll do that for a little bit, although it's risky. It might help with the cabin fever. One cent mark, huh? What a waste. This train car up here, it's technically interval, but one, it never has good loot, and two, it's probably garbage for warmth. Of course, the temperature is going down so fast. I think we have to sprint. Tough situation, actually. The derailment's always farther away than I think it is. Yeah, we're probably going to lose some more health here. That's a shame. Of course a huge windstorm had to blow up immediately before we could warm up some tea and cook some food. Almost like it was planned. Okay. So this actually isn't half bad in here. Of course there's nothing. You know what? Can we light a fire here? We can light a fire here. I think we have to light a fire here. Got 12 wood matches left. Just 12 matches left. Surely we'll be able to find some matches in the hydro dam, right? There's no way there won't be matches there.
Come on.
Ain't no way. All right.
Turned out pretty well.
Kind of running through all of our coal, though. But at least we can do the plan and cook some of this food. I don't dare sleep for an hour even in here. But it should be helping a little bit with our cabin fever. We can probably sneak in a liter of water, right? Yeah. Do I dare speed up any of this time? $27.37. Should be fine, right? It should be fine, right? Yeah, that's okay. Okay, eat this. Also, yeah, so we're at the left side of the A. This better be helping our cabin fever. I'm gonna be really mad if it's not. It is gonna start getting colder though. So the question is, do we stick it out here? We might have to. Until the morning and then head out? Or until better weather and then head out? I think we have to. Water situation. Okay, we're not the heaviest, because we're going through a lot of our firewood. Oh, I didn't realize we got a stale granola bar. Hour and 43. Let's take a nap. I think it should be okay, right? There's no way this burns out. God, I hope there's no way this burns out. Well, see you on the other side. This could kill us. Come on. Come on. Okay, first off, how the hell did our campfire burn out? It had an hour and 40 minutes left. That is some hot garbage. What in the actual hell happened? Okay, pick you up. I really wanted to have a... and of course the wind is back. You have got to be kidding me. What an absolute waste. We're somewhere around here. Can we make it? No, I don't think so. I think we just have to wait here until the morning, which is going to be most of our coal gone, but it also should be most of our cabin fever gone. God, that's such a shame. How did that fire burn out? It definitely had more than an hour's worth of time, unless the game made me randomly sleep for more than an hour.
That did it.
Which, who knows? I wouldn't put it past it. 2 hours. We will do 1 2-liter thing of water. And we will sleep this time for an hour at a time. You're definitely warm enough. There's no way in hell that you can get blown out because you are completely protected. You know what? I bet it somehow sniped this fire. Impossibly. So I don't think we should even fall asleep. I think that might be a great way to die. Yeah, cabin fever is still steadily going down. Yeah, I think we just have to wait it out. Although, It is kind of visible now. So it's warm, it's visible. Let's take a quick detour, see if we can find any more firewood. I'd like to not keep burning this coal. We're by a huge chunk of firewood. But obviously, despite there being all this firewood here, we can't use any of it. No sticks, nothing. Actually nothing anywhere around here. No limbs, no logs. Well, plenty of logs. Okay, it's not worth coming out here. There's nothing to find. And close door. Alright, we warm up, you boil. I guess we can speed you up. That's one way to pass the time. And another way is we can read a book. Wind is gone. I don't think we sneak another... I don't dare sneak another nap until we finish this cabin fever. It's sometime later in the day. What level am I on? Well, that's an interesting question to ask about a game that doesn't have levels. Yeah, here's what we do. We pass time for you. We take you, pick you up. Of course the wind is back. Why am I not surprised? But as far as things that could be considered levels, this is the As the Dead Sleep Challenge, which is all about walking around and not dying. I know, it's more surprising than you'd think. Plenty of water. I still don't dare sleep. What can we do? I guess we can read for an hour. What do we have to read? We have shooting, no. Gunsmithing, no. Kitchen, no. How about lighting fires? Yeah, that'll be good. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have done that whole thing. Because this fire is... I was actually expecting it to burn out. Okay, so here's the plan. Now, it's starting to get light. It's still going to be quite cold. But while we don't have that huge amount of wind blowing against us, and because we can pull a torch, yeah, I think we leave now. Let's drink some water and get out of here. Finally get out of here. How's the cabin fever coming along, actually? Almost mostly down. So take a torch. Pretty good torch. Pretty good torch. Yeah, and we're still walking fast enough. It's not the end of the world. It's definitely not the end of the world. Let's just hope we can sneak into the dam, because we spent enough time outdoors in that train car that we don't have to bypass the dam and spend a bunch of time in the cave. So we'll go straight to the dam. Or maybe we'll go straight to the car that's outside the dam. If there's no wolf in the trailers, we'll spend a little bit of time in that pickup truck way in front of us. There is a wolf. I don't see one yet. We'll go directly to the dam if we can manage to sneak it. We should be able to make it because we have this torch.
Thank goodness. Made it through another
Thank
night.
goodness indeed, Mackenzie. Actually, small detour, pick up some acorns. Because we have the heavy hammer for acorn tea. And also check out what these crows are about. Because the food situation is not great. And that's a deer. That is a deer. If there's no wolf here, I'm harvesting him. Yeah, we can start a fire here. Crow feather. Crow feather. Okay, fire. Fire, stick, torch, go. Yeah, I think unfortunately you'll have to burn another coal here.
Come on.
Because I need the temperature and I need the time. That'll also give us an excuse to,
Turned out pretty well.
one, listen for woos. Not a lot of deer meat. All these deer... Nope. Let's not let the fire burn out, please. Almost forgot. Add you. 12 minutes. How long do you take? Too long. 10 minutes. Break you down. And toss all of you on the Barbie. 30 minutes. Do we have any fallen sticks? We do. Yeah, at this rate though, unfortunately I think we need to toss a coal on. Yeah, for the temperature. Kind of a shame. A little bit of a shame. See if that does it. Gets it warm enough. Okay. Now we're warming up. Now we can get the deer. And we can cook the deer directly. Where's the fire? Here. Place. Pot. Place. Gamey venison. 40-minute cook. Plenty of time to warm up. And plenty of time to pick up crow feathers. Water-wise, do we need water? Might as well, we're close enough and we're not so heavy that we can't move. Got you. In fact, let's directly eat that. Because we are hungry. Still looking good. 19 minutes till boiled, that's fine. Boil you. Take you, and we'll pull a couple torches. And one more. Kind of a bad torch for the last one, but okay. As long as there are no wolves nearby, we're fine. That deer wasn't the worst thing to find. Especially since it's just a little bit more excuse to spend time outside. Okay. Tons of sticks. Well, tons of branches around. I wish they were sticks. Come on. And let's see if we got a wolf up here. You know what? If we don't... What the hell was that noise? If we don't have a wolf up here, we'll also check the trailers. Trailers might have... I mean, you never know. They might have something halfway decent. Burdock root. Down there I saw. Were there more crows somewhere? In that direction. We'll check that later. I don't think there's a wolf in here. Yeah, I think we're safe here. So check the truck bed. Nothing, as usual. Check the glove box. Nothing as usual. Nothing on the seats. Do a quick toss over these. Is that a pry bar? Is that a damn pry bar? Quick toss of these cabins. Trailers, I suppose.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
You can't, Mackenzie. We'll take all the food. Chelsea, that is amazing praise. I will take it. I don't know if you remember, but there used to be a show on, it was either the History Channel or the Discovery Channel, called, I think, How Things Are Made or How It's Made. I think it's called How It's Made. And there would just be this narrator with the most soothing voice. A metal shelf, we don't need metal. Who would just describe how different things were made. Like, how's a ballpoint pen made? What else would he do? Things like, you know, how is a leather shoe made? How is a car door made? That kind of thing. And just extremely soothing. The number of times that I fell asleep to it, more than I could count. So I don't remember the last thing you remember, but we had a slight problem the instant we left the camp cabin, or the camp office. A blizzard rolled in. We did make it up to the Firewatch lookout. There was no flare gun, and it also counted as inside, so it didn't help at all with our cabin fever. So that was a complete wash. It wasn't even a wash, it was a bust. Because we lost a little bit of health trying to get up there. But we did get up there, and I choose to believe that we traded
Something's gotta go.
losing a little bit of health in that blizzard for not actually getting eaten by wolves on the train tracks on the way up. I'd call that a worthy trade. So now, because we were again forced to spend another night in that, you know that like tug train car that you can enter that I keep saying is absolute hot garbage trash? We actually spent a night in there because it worked as a windbreak for the fire. And so that actually helped us get our cabin fever down quite a bit. So right now it's nominally gone, but it's about to reappear if we spend too long inside. So we spent a night there, and now we are in the early morning walking over to the hydro dam. The original plan was to bypass the hydro dam, and I know over in the ravine, I know of a cave that we could have spent a night in safely, probably. Because, you know, the ravine doesn't have any dangerous animals. You know, another thing that we can do, break down all of these pallets and just use effectively this infinite amount of reclaimed wood to just burn for a long time, as long as we can find a really, really good fire break. Because if possible, I would like to still find a place or two to sleep outside.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
I don't know if I've ever found anything other than like a really bad down vest on a corpse. I don't even know why I search anymore. Okay, I think we can break down these pallets with the hammer, but I think it takes a long time. Yeah, 2 hours. Actually, 2 hours for 12 reclaimed wood is not that shabby. It's not shabby at all. Okay, let's keep this torch going. Yeah. And see if we can find a sneaky little spot to start a fire. I can't think of any places to, like, hobo fireplaces that are convenient inside the electric dam. So I think our best bet for now is to start a fire out here and hope. Can we start one here? No, probably not. You had a dream, you were playing for me. You got mad at me because you died while playing and I had to start over. Well, I mean, I don't know if I'd get mad at that. Because sometimes, it's like the Titanic. Sometimes disaster can strike, and it's going to happen when a whole bunch of things line up to all go wrong at once. Too close to another object. Not here. Where is a cheeky little spot that would be a windbreak? I'm not really seeing any good ones here. I think we go inside and we try to find a hobo barrel. Just to keep this fire going. We are low on matches. There should be a hobo barrel around here somewhere, right? Like here? No. Over there? No. If you were a hobo barrel, where would you be? Maybe over here. No. You know what? Maybe it's not the worst thing in the world to use another match here. Because surely, in this entire hydroelectric dam, there has to be more matches. So let's start this fire outside. And then I think... Oh, we also found a bedroll. It was hiding under the stairs of the camp office. Anything narrated by David Attenborough. I'm David Attenborough, and I hate nature. There's a YouTube parody that I really liked a long time ago. Where is a good little nook for this fire? I want to say, like, ooh, this is a good nook. Let's go right here. Yeah, here. Start you with a torch. Start you with a stick. And then I think we'll just try to keep piling on reclaimed wood here. And then we'll gently, gently sleep 1 hour at a time.
Come on.
And hope we don't freeze to death in the middle of the day. Certainly we won't get eaten by something fluffy. So we can add fuel, reclaimed wood, add this torch. We'll never use the Frontier Shooting Guide, and we'll never use the practical gunsmithing. Okay, so we need, you know what? Small Arms Handbook, we'll never use that. And all these sticks. Okay, put all the sticks in. Might regret that later. Can we get a cheeky little bedroll? Oop. Thought I saw it. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Because we need to fall asleep. Right now. Come on. There we go. Okay. You're there. You are 15 Celsius. Not half bad. Let's drink. Plenty of water for now, anyway. And yeah, I think I just need to sleep for an hour and believe. Because if a blizzard rolls in, we're dead. We just need to hope it doesn't. Alright. We live another hour. So let's use that time to go back and break down these planks. That should only take 45 minutes. We'll put the planks back on. And we'll sleep a little bit longer outside. I can't believe I'm breaking. Somehow, this heavy hammer has ended up being quite versatile. So I'm getting my mileage out of it. I think we found 3 heavy hammers so far. Okay, add fuel, reclaimed wood, put on for 3 hours, but we're only sleeping 1 at a time. I'm never sleeping more than 1 hour at a time outside for the interminable future. No matter how long this takes to do. How's the weather? Weather is... it's meh. It's okay. I kind of don't like how it's somewhat threatening hatchet or knife, as if. But we did find a firearm cleaning kit, which confirms that we are not finding any firearms in this entire run. I even picked it up for posterity's sake. I think I might have dropped it, though. No, there it is. There it is. Okay, let's see if we can sneak in a little bit more sleeping. So here's the plan, I think. Where do we need to go? We need to go to Timberwolf, Ravine, Desolation. I think we go to Ravine. We get the thing, because that will let us drop our mountaineering rope. Then we come back here. I think we go through Pleasant Valley to Timberwolf. That'll let us check a few good places. And I think it'll also let us avoid going across the ravine bridge. Because once we're coming back down from Timberwolf, we can go through the cave. And you know what? We might as well do more water. Yeah, hour and 23. Sleep. Fingers crossed. Hopefully we don't die in a blizzard. Okay, I still hear the water boiling, so we should be good. Should be good. Pick up. And pick up. Okay, do we keep sleeping here? Cabin fever is gone. Pleasant Valley saves you from the tightrope. Exactly. Exactly. So it's either... Actually, let me make sure. Do we have any more reclaimed wood? We do. So it's either we go up through Pleasant Valley and then down through Pleasant Valley across. That lets us go across, avoid the ravine, or we go across the ravine to Desolation Point first and then up to Timberwolf Mountain. And there's really no additional benefit from that other than maybe the Coastal Highway and the Crumbling Highway and Desolation Point will be a little bit more amenable to not killing us. But at the same time, that means we're backtracking through Coastal Highway and a bunch of stuff that will already be looted. And we're getting kind of rough on the food situation, despite the infinite number cattail stalks we had at one point. So I think what we do is we do a little bit more water here. A little bit. Is there anything to cook? I don't think there is. I guess we can do the tomato soup. For no particular reason other than to get it out of the inventory. But we can drop water here. Because certainly we're not going to need 7 liters to go over to the ravine and back. Unless we wanted to take a detour into the Bleak Inlet again to check the Firewatch Tower. I think there's too many wolves in the way. That's not going to be worth the trouble. And they're even Timberwolf packs. So we're not going to do that. Pick you up so we don't accidentally sleep in you again. Okay, so we'll take a quick nap until tonight. And then tonight, we'll run around the inside of the hydro dam and try to find matches and stuff. And maybe some more lantern oil. Actually, you know what? We can maybe... Yeah, we'll pull a torch from here. And we'll do that first. How many torches do we have? Only 2 torches. Yeah, we'll do that first. Speed you up. Speed you up. Drink you. Eat you. Both things. And then speed you up. Alright, pick up. And pull a torch. Perfect. If we get some good weather, we can break these apart for massive amounts of reclaimed wood. But hopefully it doesn't come to that. Okay, first order business.
I need to drop something.
You do need to drop something like... You're going to drop the mountaineering rope, because we don't need that inside. You're going to drop the the simple tools, and you're going to drop most of this water. Yeah, that much water. Okay.
That'll come in handy.
Things are looking up. That festive sweater is a huge upgrade. Huge upgrade. Huge. Now what's better? The thin wool or the decent sweatshirt? The decent sweatshirt is not better. We'll keep it for now, just in case we decide to do any repairing. Because we're kind of low-ish on cloth. I think we got 3 or 4 cloth. And that won't last us for very long. Okay. We're definitely going to be going through all these torches, looking around here. No. Wait, what? Damn it, Mackenzie. Did you just waste a match on that? Oh, God. Mackenzie, come on now. You know better. When a torch is right in front of you and you use a match to light your damn torch, well, surely there will be at least some more matches in this entire hydro dam. Surely.
This stuff will come in handy.
Cotton toque. That could be good for cloth later. Let's go up to the offices first. You know what? We might even get lucky. We do have enough things... Well, we don't have a knife or a hatchet, both of which we need to make a survival bow. But there might be that person deeper in the interior of the dam that's dead from the arrows. So we might be able to actually get some arrows from that. Which would give us, for once, a weapon. Yeah. Yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed in the lower dam there. There are one, as long as we can... We already have crow feathers. I prepared 2 cured birch saplings. And I also have, well, what have you. Basically, as long as we can get a bow, if we have the stuff that will let us make a bow, then we have at least a couple of arrows. Well, as many arrowheads as we can find, really. Another storm lantern.
I could use this.
Almost empty, though. But you know what? I think I'll take it, and I always come down here on account of this loose tile in the campaign, but it's never a loose tile here. We'll take the storm lantern and we'll use this one inside. We'll use it up until it's empty, so we can save our last torch. Now remember there being something nice on the floor up here. A windbreaker.
This'll come in handy.
I already had a windbreaker. We don't need another one. Ah, what are you? A shooting guide. We don't need it. We're never going to find a gun. And if we find a gun, we're never going to use it enough to have skills with it. Yep. Nope, Mackenzie. Come on now. This is why use the thing in your hand and also search and also pick things up and also interact should not all be on the same button, hinterlands. Okay, come on. So the water situation is peachy. I'm looking for mostly food now, food and matches. Both of which I'm a little bit desperate on. Show me what you have. And hopefully it's better than what I have. Yeah, that's right, Mackenzie. Quit your belly aching. Always uses the wrong storm lantern first. So we need to manually equip. Okay, here we go. Really? Nothing in the medical locker. Nope. Nothing in the locked locker. Saw something on the ground there. It might have been an energy bar. It was the torch I threw. I should have known. I should have known. Crow feather. A single crow feather in the trash can. I'm not even going to ask. Chips. We'll take them. Any calories are welcome calories. Spray can is useless weight. Whoop. Come on, Mackenzie. Anything in the... Nope, nothing on the shelves. Nothing on the workbench. Anything in the workbench? Nothing in the workbench. Nothing under the workbench. So we do have a chance at another safe over here in the control room. The last safe had a single maple syrup and a pair of ragged jeans. So almost literal garbage. I don't have high hopes for this one either. I'll take all the books though, because those are good for starting fires. And we can't mess around with that. Oh, another thing that I should remember. We do have a magnifying lens. So starting fires during sunny days shouldn't be an issue. That's something to remember definitely. Why do these people have no matches? I didn't need those painkillers. I picked them up by reflex. I was just so excited to find anything. Which shows you how desperate I am. If you remember way back when we were doing the Hopeless Rescue, 7 days up to Timberwolf Mountain and down to Desolation Point, I wasn't feeling too stressed then. Feeling a little bit stressed now. Just a smidgen. Anything on the ground? No. Nothing. So let's just keep it moving. Tons and tons of reclaimed wood here. Oh. And tons of spray cans. What was this? The base of the forest talkers with all their graffiti? Completely silly.
There's got to be something useful in here.
I'll take the soda. It's not exactly something we need, considering our water situation is fine. But 250 calories are 250 calories. Don't need the stack of papers. Don't need the fat stack. Kind of a...
I think I can use
finally.
this.
Okay, so that toque is an upgrade over our current cotton one, but it's going to need a repair. So this was actually a good find so far. Yeah, it does keep you from starving. Okay. You know what? We might as well go into the dam right now. Scrap metal, don't really need it. If we do find another, if we find, I think, 1 or 2 more cured leather, we might be able to make crampons. But I'm debating whether that is worth the time. Because there's, what, like 2 more mountaineering ropes to go up?
So crazy right now.
And I think we can set it up so that we won't need crampons for them. Okay, let's keep moving. Yeah, maybe we'll just take a nap in the middle of the dam here. There's certainly no way we can freeze here, right? Now this room is... I'm not looking forward to because I'm sure there's a whole bunch of nooks and crannies where there might be matches. I don't want to spend a huge amount of time looking for them. Okay, it is almost nighttime. You know what? Maybe we just... I never know if there's actually anything over here. I don't think there ever is. Maybe we just pop the beautiful, glorious bedroll that we found on the ground somewhere here. And we nap. Because I think we should be able to nap almost until morning. But we can push it a little bit longer. Oh, and here's our hobo barrel. It's in, like, the most useless place in this whole thing, though. I'm scouring the floor here for matches. There's got to be some spawns somewhere, right? At least that's what I would have expected. Let's check the upstairs. There are a few more caves we have to go through, and I want to keep at least some lantern oil from this storm lantern. Or I'll check and see if we have any lantern oil proper in the inventory. We'll do that later. Actually, we can do it now. Okay, so... lantern oil. Yeah, we have a little bit. Actually, that's not too little bit. Let's fill it, actually. Refuel a smidge. Now we drink, because we were getting mighty thirsty. Let's eat some of these chips and some of this jerky. Man, we would be dead if we didn't have so many cattail stalks. We would be in a completely terrible situation. Okay. Keep it moving, Mackenzie. Oh, I forgot to check in here, didn't I? We can check in the control place on the way back if I remember. Any matches? Not really, huh? Thanks. Ah, I'll take the flare. We have a very limited amount of defenses from wolves. So you better believe I'm taking that flare. I know this is a dangerous place to walk on when you can't see. Let's just check around. Check around, round, round. I get around, dun dun dun. Some doo-wop. Alright, got anything in this corner here? A container. Certainly not an empty container, right? Certainly. It's an empty container. Of course. Color me unsurprised. It's my favorite color. And nothing over here? Not really. Well, hop. Too encumbered. I should have known. Oh well. We can just go around. Once we get into the lower dam, we'll take a nap. Lower dam, I think it's going to be pitch black whether it's night or day. Well, I suppose we might as well sleep until day. We could sleep until early morning at this rate. Until the early morn. Let's see, over here maybe? No, nothing. Just some interesting looking pipes. Not so handsome as to tempt me. Who knows, maybe in one of these crates, it would take an hour and 8 minutes to break down. There's going to be a huge stash of matches. That would be just my luck. Just my luck. Check all the nooks and crannies. Alright, show me some arrows. Okay, there's usually one on the door, so that's not a good sign. And there's usually one on the ground. That's not a good sign either. We may be SOL. It may be more likely than you think. But for now, let's keep hoping. What kind of microwave opens from the top? You watch Team 4-Star or Something Witty Entertainment? I
hope I can still eat
need
this.
An adult? Yeah, I've watched all of the Dragon Ball Z abridged. So, to answer your question, yes, I'm a fan. I am an adult. Okay. I think this is far enough for now. Yeah, nothing in these shelves. So let's pop the quickest of squats. Campfire. And pop our bedroll down. And still, I dare not sleep for more than 2 hours at a time. Something Witty Entertainment sounds familiar, but I don't recognize what they would have made. They might have made, did they make Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged? I don't know. I also just realized how good of a find these salty crackers are. Well, I might get some of the references. Hellsing Abridged is also... It's different. Oh, Sword Art Online Abridged. Yeah, that one I do remember, but I don't remember as well. 3 more hours. But, yeah. Yeah, Hellsing Abridged, Dragon Ball Z Abridged, Sword Art Online Abridged, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. I definitely dropped too much water. It's okay, surely we'll find some more to drink, right? It'll be fine. No, we're gonna be sleeping for 3 more hours. We can drink a rosehip tea. I think we can drink a rosehip tea, right? I shouldn't have slept for 3 hours. I'm worried about losing health from dehydration. That was a bad idea. Ah, I didn't know there was a Final Fantasy VII Abridged, but it does sound like it could be fun. They probably made Cloud the proper whiny little emo kid that he is inside. Surely we don't need more than 5 sewing kits. Okay, what was I going to do in this inventory? Right, drink a rosehip. Kind of a waste, but not the worst thing in the world. Okay. So it is day. It's also pitch black in here. Which means I'm grateful that I have this storm lantern. And I'm grateful that it's mostly full. Ooh, hiccup. Is that normally the way down? Yeah, it is. Oh, you know why I didn't recognize it? It's because usually usually I go outside over here, which we should do. Let's see, are we still getting... Okay, somehow we spent enough time outside that we still don't have cabin fever. That is amazing. Make sure there's, see if there's anything nice around here. I think there's usually a container over here, right? Yeah. Empty, of course. Typical. Let's check the deer carcass. I think there's a deer carcass on the other side of the bridge. What do you think the odds are that there's good stuff in these crates? An hour and 250 calories to break down? A little steep for my tastes. For not having a guarantee. Also, I hear an awoo. Okay, so there is one, at least one wolf around here. Be careful here. I'm getting a little bit more comfortable with this, but still. Oof. Woof. I hate it when it bumps out like that. Okay. Okay, we're across. Yeah, Blizzard is moving in. At least we're not going to be staying outside for very long. I just want to snag... Oh, wow, it's cold. I didn't realize how cold it was. I was going to say I'm just going to snag this deer, but I don't think we can sit outside here for that long. 1.7 kilos of meat? Let's see what it costs temperature-wise to get a half kilo of meat here. 4 minutes. Certainly 4 minutes is not a huge imposition. Okay. Yeah, 4 minutes is not bad. 10 minutes should be fine. I think we're going to dodge hypothermia, and we're going to dodge taking damage here, but I'll have to be quick going inside. Come on. Come on, Mackenzie. There you go. All right, let's go. Let's go. Inside, inside, inside. Yeah. Okay, of course there's nothing. We'll take the reclaimed wood and inside. Okay. Whew. Whew. All right. So that's not the end of the world.
I'm so cold. I'm warming up again.
Probably only took about 1% of damage from that. In the meantime, the fleece mittens. Actually, probably not as good as our work gloves, but they're useful. We're going to be using a whole bunch of cloth, preparing some things. And of course this is locked. Why am I not surprised? Just throw me a frickin' bone here. Anything nice in these? Aha! More crackers. When you have a surplus of water and not a surplus of calories, crackers are always welcome. Very welcome. Be very careful checking all the things. You never know what could be on a shelf, just sitting out. Cloth, we'll take it. They forgot to restock the vending machine. Why am I unsurprised? What is that? No, that's just a tiny bit of wiring. We don't need that. Ooh, that was a weird noise. Another whetstone.
Nobody needs this anymore.
I still don't have anything that a whetstone can sharpen. We found 4 or 5 of them. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely silly. Oops. Was there one in the bottom? I don't know, question mark? At the very least, I haven't seen anything. Maybe I don't know where to look. It wouldn't surprise me. I guess we can check the final room one more time, just to make sure. Ah, what is this? Simple tools. We don't need more simple tools. I think we already have one. Or if we do, or if we don't right now, we drop one. There's definitely more simple tools around here that we do not need.
This stuff will come in
Don't
handy.
need painkillers. Ah, the soda machine. I'll check the soda machine. I didn't look close enough because I'm just so beaten down and demoralized. I always assume that there's no soda in the soda machine. There was one. It was hiding from us. The summit soda was hiding at the opposite of the summit. And nothing under these tables. Okay. So, we're getting a smidge, I mean just a smidge low on lantern oil for my comfort. It also sounds very windy outside. Anything back here? Cardboard box. No revolver cartridges in the cardboard box like there usually are. I cannot believe we've not found a single pack of matches in this whole place. Because if we're matchless for the rest, it's going to be a rough ride. A very rough ride. Come on. Surely there are some matches somewhere here. Surely. Charcoal. I don't need charcoal. No one needs charcoal. Stop making charcoal be a thing. Charcoal is not going to happen. Okay. Anything around? In my match desperation, I've definitely seen hunting knives around in this area in the past, but apparently not this time. Just laying on the ground for anyone to grab. This is why you don't play on Interloper. This, I don't know if this is merely Interloper or if it's just something silly. Okay. Yet I think that is back to the original part of the dam. Yeah, the whole dam and not a single match, huh?
Surrounded by snow, and nothing to drink.
You got a summit soda, buddy. It's not the end of the world. Well, I suppose there's still the control room. See if we can stumble our way up to the door. So all the way forward. All the way forward. Now all the way left. All the way left. And now we look left and there's the dam. Okay. Let's drink that soda. I'm glad we got that meat. Very glad we got that meat from that deer. Okay. And we'll try to just kind of stumble over to the other side here. As long as there's no Aurora, there's nothing to be afraid of here. Probably. Okay. Go backwards while we can see the light. Then we go left. We walk left until we stop moving. Then we walk backwards until we stop moving. And then we walk right until we stop moving. No, this is too soon. We must be stuck on something. You're glad tripping isn't a mechanic. Man. Tripping is the thing that backer 4783 is doing all the time. Backwards all the way. This is probably too early. Forwards. No, this actually feels about right. Go backwards all the way and right all the way. It shouldn't be too long until we run into something. No, this is too long. And that is, why can I see something? Oh. I forgot there wasn't a door there. Okay, so we made it all the way up. This is the control room. And we just want this out so I can make sure we don't miss anything here. Which I've probably already missed things in a few sneaky little corners where I don't know things spawn. It wouldn't surprise. I have high hopes for that safe. Well, I actually don't because the safes have been garbage so far. But if the safe has maple syrup and matches, I'd be okay with that. Just do a quick look of all these shelves. Books? Really? Nothing, huh? How about in the trash? Nothing. Nothing underneath. Okay, so... Help me, Obi Safe Kenobi. You're my only hope. This safe is the last hope to find anything decent in this dam. Let's see what we can get. Okay, what was that? 45-ish? Maybe a little bit earlier? Okay, 44. The next is... Of course it's fast. So 44, 33-ish? $44, 33-ish. And then, is it going to be before 44? Like a regular lock should be? No, it's not. There we go. 51 or something. I almost missed it. Tell me what you got. Come on. A book? A book. Really? Why do I even bother with these things? Okay, let's get out of here. We're actually mostly empty on our lantern fuel. I'm also lost. There we go. This is the way. Okay. So, it is the middle of the day. We are only a little bit tired. Yeah, my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Let's see. Let's do a little bit of repairs here. If we can be quick enough on this, we might even take a nap. What can we wear? We can put this in here. Check you out. You're fine. Windbreaker's fine. Mackinaw's fine. The festive sweater. How long do you take to repair? 54 minutes for a repair. I don't think we have 54 minutes right now. I think if we're careful about things, I think we can make it over to the gravesite and back today. So let's drop all of the clothing we don't need to bring. And we're wearing everything else. No, we're not wearing this. So drop that. Firewood. Books and some reclaimed is fine. We might actually get stuck somewhere. So it's never a bad thing to have. Enough drinkables. Edibles, if we need to burn stuff, we can cook this. We have enough food. I'm not anticipating on finding anything good below the ravine other than maybe some marshmallows. Oh, and this, we can take this rosehip tea out because it got cold. All right. Okay, so here we need to pick up our mountaineering rope.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
I think we head out. I think we head out with this. No, we don't head out. We nap for 2 hours and then we head out. Oops. Nap for 2 hours and then head out. ASMR got you back here. Well, thanks for chilling out, Harry D. Never mad at it. Never am I a hater. Okay. So let's fill our tummy. Eat some of this stuff. We'll keep the venison with us. If we get unlucky and we do have to start a fire with our 9 lonely matches, we'll cook the venison too. Yeah. Let's drink a little bit more. Yeah, this is probably enough water. Okay. So by the time we get there, we'll be able to ditch the... Yeah, this is good. And the weather's better too. This is very good. And it should just be warming up. As long as we don't blow into any wind, Why am I so smelly? Right, that's probably okay. The only place there could be wolves is right out here. And I think we can run, if that's the case. There are no wolves in the ravine, remember.
Gear.
Well, there might be in this mode. We'll try to sneak it. I think I hear something chasing us. Yep. Something just barked. But then it stopped. Where'd it go? I heard something bark. Where'd it go? Okay, we're gonna have to be aware that the wolf is there on the way back. I don't know what happened there, but I'll take it. If it lets us get into the ravine without having to burn a match. Yeah, there's Buddy. There he is. If it lets us into the ravine without wasting a match, I'm all for it. Okay. Very nice. Very nice, Mackenzie. That is called calmness under fire. Ooh. Do we check the crashed train tracks? I wasn't planning on it. I was planning on swinging by on the right here. You know what? We have to go under to check for marshmallows, so we might as well. We'll swing by the cave on the way back. Oh, this... Where does this go? This feels like it goes farther than it should.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
I think that festive sweater was a huge find. Also, there's nothing over here. Absolutely nothing over here. What a waste. I suppose there's one tiny little GoFundMe or Kickstarter cairn. Okay. We'll follow this. If there are no good marshmallows, we'll head up to the left. Oh, what the... We suddenly went into Morrowind. Well, I'm still okay with fog as long as it's not snow. Because you can't have a blizzard without snow. Ah, there are marshmallows. I'm hoping there might be a dead deer or two somewhere. Okay, even more marshmallows. This is actually a really good haul. This is huge. This is unironically huge. Each one of these is 150 calories. Was that 3 so far? 4? 5, 6, 7? 7 marshmallows is more than 1,000 calories. Wait, no. It's 950 calories. It rounds up to 1,000 calories. And that is a lot of crows. It's either crows over the 2 dead people, or it's crows over deer. I'd rather be crows over deer. This is the one place where we can harvest without having to worry about being trolled by wildlife. And I'm desperate for a little bit of peace. And also firewood. Free firewood is welcome. Okay. Yeah, so these crows on the left have got to be over the dude in this train compartment. We might even find some coals here. Is that a coal? That looks like it might be a coal. Oh yeah, show me the goods. Show me even more goods. Scrap metal, don't need it. There's already an infinite number of scrap metals at the dam. I think I'm a little bit stuck here. Okay, so we're standing here, it's safe. We're not breaking an ankle. Another... That's what, the 4th, 5th simple tools?
I could use this.
You've got to be kidding me. So, 1, I think that's pry bar number 4 or 5. 2, I've never seen a mountaineering rope here. We've been lugging around this mountaineering rope for literally no reason. Literally less than no reason. That pry bar is kind of good, though. Can I not break an ankle, please? Okay. So this place was awash too. I'm just swapping out the pry bar. Nothing in there. And I don't see anything cheeky over here either. Okay. Well, I didn't really have the highest of hopes for that place anyway. Just a little bit of an easy detour. And we have been getting work out of that pry bar. I have never seen a pry bar go through so much condition loss. What is that, 33%? And that's the second pry bar we've used? I think we're pushing more than 40, maybe 50% total pry bar condition loss with everything we've used them for. Which is kind of crazy to me. But I will take any kind of burn time that it's willing to give me. Anything that will let me light a fire and cook something without having to use one of my beautiful, amazing, precious coals. Which is one way of saying, game, you could toss me a few proper branches, couldn't you? Some limbs? They don't usually decay that fast. Well, I don't usually use them enough for them to decay very fast. I don't know if that's the issue, but it's what I'm thinking. But currently, we have exactly 2 tools. No, 3 tools. We have a pry bar, we have a heavy hammer, and we have a hacksaw. Which is probably the 3 worst possible tools that you could find in that order. No, heavy hammer's the worst thing to find, then a pry bar, and then a hacksaw. The hacksaw is proving somewhat more... It's proving to be somewhat more versatile than I at first expected. Okay, come on. Anything down here? Not even some hips. They're lying. Crow feathers. Crow feathers around a deer. 1.5 kilos on this deer? I ain't mad at it. I am not mad at 1.5 kilos of deer meat. I am kind of mad that it'll probably make the wolf chase us even harder when we go back to the dam. Alright, here's our mountaineering rope. Let's deploy, see what the weather's like. Because somehow this takes like a long time. It takes like 45 minutes or an hour to deploy, which is kind of rough. Yeah, somewhere down there. So we're dropping stuff because we're still overweight. Because we picked up so much stuff. We'll drop all the deer. We'll drink some water. Actually, we'll save our thirst and maybe drink some coffee later. What else can we drop? We can drop probably some books. Yeah, that's all right. And we can certainly not need 23 cattail heads. We don't need more cattail heads than we have matches. Okay. It's kind of a long rope. We might have to take a small nap, but we are definitely not staying down here overnight. Oof. Yeah, that's a very long rope. We're gonna have to quaff a coffee on the way up, I think. Because this could be quite painful on the way back up. Oof, yeah. That was a lot of fatigue. A quarter of our fatigue just going down. That is an insane rope. I'm not even going to pick up those. I'm going to pick these up just in case we have to start a fire down here. Which we probably will. An hour and 30 to break that up, not worth the time. That is not worth the time. You. Some hips. Come on. Oh. On the plus side, we can maybe take a quick nap in here. Granola bar. Another book that we don't need. And soda. Not the worst haul. But I still would have preferred some matches. or sunny weather. Or marshmallows. But as long as we can get onto the rope, it might be painful getting all the way up, but we should be able to. Kind of dreading it, though. Any marshmallows? Even if this is a deer, I don't think we're going to take the meat. No, we could afford the wait. What is this? Surely it could only be a deer, right? Yeah. Oh no. It's a grave for the deer. I left you behind, my guts freezing, my feet on fire. Each step 100 years. It was too far, too far. How much meat is this? 1.7 kilos? Let's see what the marshmallow situation over here is. Actually, let's do the tiniest of tiny pokes into the bleak inlet, just to see what the marshmallow situation right here is. No marshmallows. We're leaving. We are leaving. Okay. We'll pick up the marshmallows here, though. I know I saw some. Like here. Oh, you know what? I was thinking it would be extremely risky to take a nap here. But I think we could probably mitigate the risk by going into the very back of the cave. Doesn't the very back of the cave always have at least a little bit of positive warmth? That feels like a thing. Okay. We got marshmallows, we got hips. And we're gonna have some more deer meat. So we can afford the wait for these sticks. I'll pick up some of those. Oh, was that a stick? No, that was a crow feather. That was a stick. We'll get this deer meat with the hacksaw. And then we'll go to the back of this cave, pick up any wood that's there, and we'll do short naps. Short naps. I don't think we'll make it all the way up that rope if we start with only half of our fatigue, even if we coffee beforehand. I also don't see any... Oh, there's also a makeshift bed here. Take the cedar firewood. Once we drink some stuff, maybe even eat some stuff, and sleep, we'll no longer have that sprain risk, so I'm not worried about it. Kind of hard to see, though. Okay. So this bed is worth 2 Celsius. I think our bedroll's better. I believe. Yeah, 4.3. Feels like 13 Celsius. What happens if we take off all of our clothes? Just to see... Actually, no, we can do the math. Oh, because I dropped it. Every time I drop things instead of taking them off. More design woes. Okay. So, feels like 9 Celsius. And our warmth bonus is... Oh, here we go. Air temperature 0, wind chill 0. So I think the back of the cave here is probably safe. It's either safe or I'm being very sorely misled. Wait, hold on. Which screen was that showed me the direct wind chill? Here, this one. Okay. Air temperature -1. Okay, so this is not free. It is not free in here if the air temperature is -1 C. So we can't stay here overnight, but we weren't planning to either. Let's just cross our fingers that a blizzard doesn't come in and kill us. Which it might. Which it always might. Come on. Come on. Okay, still looking good. Yeah, air temperature is cooling down. But with our very strong, well, our medium strong clothing, I think we're okay as long as we don't get screwed with the blizzard. Yeah, this is still fine. It's snowing a little bit outside. How's the air temperature? Air temperature minus 3C. Feels like 10. Because we have plus 13. Okay. We'll sleep for 1 more hour. One more hour is the most that I'm willing to push it. We'll eat some of these delicious cattails. Free and... Alright, this is the moment of truth, everybody. Jesus, take the wheel. Pray. Just pray. Come on, come on. Okay, good. We woke up. We woke up. So pick you up. Let's head out. At the very least, let's get up this ravine. If we can get all the way back to the dam, all the better. But while it's snowing and not windy, let's make use of this. And also while it's not too dark to see. Yeah, that is... I had forgotten how tall that cliff we have to climb up is. Even with 3/4 of our fatigue bar, this might be excruciating. Especially if I can't find the rope. I think we continue. Alright. Now, I would love an energy drink right about now. In fact, I'm almost so worried that I would consider going all the way back through Bleak Inlet. I may have to nap in the train car. Yeah, if only to find where the rope is. Jeez, where's the rope? Where is the rope? Over here. Okay. I think I'm not willing to push it for another hour. So we'll drink coffee. Get what that can get us. And we just have to believe that this is enough. This is going pretty fast. Yeah. I'm feeling good about this. I'm feeling good about this. We're probably going to have markedly less than half our fatigue, but I was worried that by the time we got here, we would be going extremely slowly. We are slowing down. This is where it's going to get rough. But we'll make it. We'll definitely make it. Jesus. Okay, this is a little bit much, Mackenzie. This is a little bit much, Mackenzie, don't you think? Well, I was not expecting it to get nearly this slow. Okay, so that cost about... probably a little bit more than half of our fatigue. A little bit more than half. And it's also extremely dark now. Wow. Okay, well, isn't what I was looking to do, but I think we may have to spend the night out here. You know what? I was about to forget the stuff I dropped. Break this down. Go back and get the stuff. I completely forgot the stuff I dropped. I was really not expecting him to slow down that much at the end. It's not like we were super desperate for fatigue. Also, where the hell is the climbing spot? It's this way. No, it's this way. Yeah, that was absolutely brutal. Okay, here we go. Cattails we don't need. The books we'll take.
Something's gotta go.
Because those books are going to be burn time. Man. Oh, this is going to be rough. Well, we're going to have to light a match anyway, because I don't trust even the back of the cave to not freeze us overnight. So we'll light this guy. We'll see if we can find that cave before we freeze to death. Yeah, 10 minutes, probably all right. It's getting cold, though. More sticks. I'm picking up as much burn time as we can get. If the fire runs out in the middle of the night, even then we'll leave and we'll try to get back to the dam. As long as we keep following this left cliff, we should eventually get there. To the cave, I mean. I feel like it should be close. Yeah, that would have been impossible without the coffee. That was a really rough climb. That was extremely dangerous. To the point where I think it might have almost been worth it walking all the way around the Bleak Inlet through the Forlorn Muskeg. Oh, it's starting to get windy. So that means we cannot mess around here outside anymore. The cave should be very close. Come on. Come on, we're down to 8 matches. We can't afford to lose this one. Here we go. This looks familiar. This turn somewhere. This old man's beard, this thin little passage to the right and past that rock, up that hill and across, should be the river, which means the cave is somewhere over here. Somewhere over here, he says. Okay, actually, where is it? I think it's right here. Yeah, it is. I don't trust this torch to last, though. So we're lighting a fire here and we're pulling another torch. Better safe than sorry.
I think I need to lay down.
You do need to lay down, Mackenzie. First, you need to cook all this delicious venison. That was actually kind of a good catch. A good snag on the way here. Yeah. That thing would have been... Take torch. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, of course it's right at the cave entrance where the torch runs out. Oh well. Surely there's more coal and firewood in here, right? Why is the cave so... Oh, a backpack. A backpack with jerky. That is actually kind of surprising to me. And I need to walk backwards because even with the torch, this cave is dark as hell. I am really having trouble seeing anything here. Ah, firewood. Need to, like, follow the edge or something. Mackenzie apparently doesn't know that you're supposed to hold the torch behind you so it doesn't destroy your night vision. Okay, and where's the entrance to the cave? Over there. As long as we go all the way up to the back wall. Okay, let's start a fire here. With the torch and a book. And a cattail head. Okay, very nice.
Come on.
I think I might have gone a little bit out on a limb there. Going down into that ravine. I was not prepared for it to be such a long climb.
I did it.
But I think it's okay. I think we made it back, more or less. We'll keep the coal, reclaimed wood first. Do a few of these sticks. And let's start with that. Cooking slot. Wait. Place. I was like, where the heck is my venison? I accidentally clicked water. Alright, you're going to cook. And you're going to cook for hopefully the same amount of time. And that'll be going just fine. Okay. Alright, so let's vibe for a moment. I'll be back in a second. All right, I see that we're not dead yet, which is very good. I see that our moldy venison, delicious, is not yet burned. It is dark as hell though. Wow. Absolutely wow. Okay, so I guess we can speed up time a little bit. Come on. Because the biggest risk now is accidentally letting the fire burn down. And I think we should be okay on that front. Whole stick. We don't need all these sticks, right? Probably. Probably. 31.9. Yeah, we're just cooking until we have to go to sleep. And then we're sleeping until the fire is... The mold, it adds flavor, it adds a little bit of protein, some complex carbohydrates. It's very nice. Sorry, did I say moldy venison? I meant to say rancid venison. That's my bad. Okay. And do we even want to bother cooking any water? I don't think so. I think there's enough water waiting back for us at the dam. But at the same time, if we can support the weight, well, we need to nap. Here's what we do. Cook this. Take that.
Too heavy.
Add fuel. One more cedar. We'll do probably more water than we need. This will take 2 hours to cook through. And then we can sleep for 2 hours. Where's a spot for the bedroll? Where's a spot for the bedroll? There we go. Okay, and let's double check the temperatures. Yeah, this is fine. So, 2 hours sleep. Surely we won't wake up dead. That's a blizzard. We might wake up dead. I still hear the water boiling. I think we're okay. Thank God. Because that is bad weather outside. Okay. We need to do more sleeping. We need to do a substantial additional amount of sleeping. Let's see. It is probably around 2 a.m. This campfire is good for another hour, unless we add more fuel. I guess as long as we have sticks, we don't need sears to start fires.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Yeah, we'll do another 2 hours. No, 1 hour at a time. Let's not get cocky. 1 hour at a time. Oh no, lag. Let me see if I can check some things. I'll tab out for a moment. That looks okay. Let's see if the YouTube is suffering. Ah, connection poor. That's interesting. Aha, aha. Okay. It has almost been 6 hours. Let's see if we can wrap this up soon. Alternatively, yeah, let me check my network situation too. As long as I hear the fire still crackling, we're good. Wow, that is a lot of wind outside. It's not a proper blizzard, but it's still rough. What else I can do? I was going to go tab. I was going to click this. Over here. Not you. I want you. Go over here. Click this. This. Click. Okay, yeah, interesting. Yeah, so let's try to wrap this. So, add fuel, sticks. Sleep for 1 hour. As long as the fire is still burning, we're still alive. Okay. And we are actually... I think it would be cheeky, but I think we can do it. I think we can sneak in. Well, no. Let's not try to sneak in another hour. Let's wait for the campfire to burn out. And let's see how hot, how warm it is, or cool it is in the back here. And that will decide whether or not we stay. Okay, what can we do to burn time? We can repair something, maybe. No toques. Nothing really needs a repair. I guess maybe the underwear. 27 minutes, that's the time. That is a good amount of time to repair. Because the fire should be pretty much out. Yeah. Okay, show me the temperature. This fire is still... It probably cools down. Let's go a little bit into the cave. Air temperature. 22°C. Feel like that can't be right. We must go too close to the fire. 3°C. Okay, so as long as it's 3 Celsius here, it must be warmer in the back. Let's just confirm. Can you tell that I'm terrified of sleeping outside? I guess a question, if the video is lagging, if the audio lagging, sometimes OBS does do messed up things to the audio. It burned out. How hot is it? Okay, the air temperature is rapidly decreasing. Let's see what it goes to. What is the minimum? Okay, okay, that is a good thing I did not fall asleep. It is a very good thing I did not fall asleep. Let's see if we go a little bit more into the cave. What's the air temperature? Still minus 18. Yeah. Okay, where's our bedroll? What the hell is the bed? What? I mean, I guess, fine. Okay, feels like why is it only... Oh, it feels like -2 because of the lantern. Yeah, for whatever reason, the lantern is warm. Okay, that's unfortunate. -5. The bedroll doesn't quite do that for us. Yeah, we're gonna have to suck it up and leave. And try to get back to the hydro dam. And of course, it's windy as all get out. Absolutely typical. It shouldn't be very far, should it? And of course, there's a deer. I walked right by a deer and I didn't see it. I don't think we need the weight. We don't need the food. So maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. This is a coal. Oof. Wow, that's cold. Yeah, that's really cold. We're gonna have to be quick here. God. Another coal. Why is there a random coal on the ground by the trees? I'm not complaining, but I don't understand it. Ooh, this is really unfortunate. Of course, the instant that I just needed it to not be extremely windy, it had to be extremely windy. This is going to be close. Getting back is going to be close. Wow. Look at how fast that temperature read is going down. Come on. Come on, next region, please. You don't need to have the transition be so long. This is completely unnecessary. Okay, come on, fast.
To leave something behind.
Oh, of course, the wind. I should have known. And also possible wolf. If there's a wolf, we pop the flare immediately. We can't stay out here. Jesus, that... You know what? We're not even going inside the dam. We're going inside one of these trailers.
Can't feel my hands.
Come on. Come on, Mackenzie. Okay. Okay, that should only be a little bit of chip damage. Oof. Oof. I think there's a bed somewhere here. That might be the other trailer. I'm pretty sure it's the other trailer. Oh, there's a bed. Okay. Yeah, feels like 11C inside. We should be okay to sleep here for a little bit. Still only doing 1 hour at a time, though. Okay, this is nicer. This is much nicer. Let's see. Timing-wise. Timing-wise, from Mystery Lake, through the dam, into Pleasant Valley. I think we go today. I think we go in the later part of today. We should be able to get through the transition region fast, and at the very least,
I need to drop something.
I'm pretty confident we can get up to the radar station, if not all the way down to the... Getting all the way over to the farmhouse, I think might be a little bit aspirational. But I think the radar station is definitely possible. And the radar station usually has some good stuff in it. We'll eat, we'll drink, we'll be merry. If it's the last thing I do. Okay, we could sleep for 6 more hours, couldn't we? We'll sleep for 4. We'll sleep for 4 hours and then we leave and we go directly to the radar station. Okay. Yeah, it is very nice not having to lug that mountaineering around. Let's see, are we getting jumped by a wolf? No. No, we're not. Let's get out of here. It's still pretty cold.
Might have to drop some gear.
Well, I'll call it chilly. Alright. I don't think we need to break apart any of this for reclaimed wood. Actually, 45 minutes? No, I don't think we have time. We don't have time, and I'm not expecting to need any wood other than what we have. Because what do we have? We have tons of coal, books, and sticks. We can light stuff and we can get warm. It'll be fine. It will be fine. We don't need reclaimed wood. Okay, what do we pick up? Water. Simple tools. Who knows, maybe we'll end up using it. And we don't need any of the cloth for this, do we? We probably do. We're low on cloth. Fleece mittens will take. The down vest, that's 3 more cloth. And the toque, 4 more cloth. Getting kind of low on lantern oil here, though. Getting kind of low on the lantern oil. Let's be quick. I'm sure we can at least get through the dam and maybe most of the cave that transitions to Pleasant Valley. Surely we can find some lantern oil or something that'll help us light like another storm lantern. Oh, that's completely empty because I dropped it there.
Pack is getting kind of heavy.
Of course it is completely empty because I dropped it. All right, come on, Mackenzie. It's not so heavy. Save the oil. Because we can navigate here. At least I hope so. Might get hung up on something here. Nope, we're good. Now we just need to find the door in the dark. How's the door? Where would I be? In this direction? Up this way. There we go. Okay. Upper dam left. And the lower dam is dark. Dark AF. Okay, here's our door. Okay, I can deal with this temperature. I can deal with late afternoon, foggy and snowy. And that means we can also light a torch if we need to.
Too much stuff to carry.
Okay, there are several deers in this region, but I kind of think we just go. Well, there's one we can go by. Maybe. No, I think if we can get past the first wolf, which is kind of unfortunate, we could have checked where it was. If we can get past the first wolf, I think go and check the deer. Come on, can we see a wolf? No, we can't. So we go down, See if there's anything down here. There's nothing. I've never seen nothing down here in the little valley. I guess that's interloper for you. Check for wolf. Okay, good sight. Good eye line, good vision. Wolf's all the way over there. Ooh. It's not worth it. Those beautiful marshmallows are all alone, but it's not worth possibly getting near that wolf. Especially since there should be deer over here. And if we get far enough away from the wolf, he shouldn't chase us. So it should be free deer. My favorite kind. Yeah, that wolf is too far away to chase. Oh, and we are rewarded anyway. With our favorite marshmallows. Okay, so I see. Interesting. So things really are starting to lag on this side too. Where's the deer? Here we are. Show me the money. 3 kilos of meat, please. 1.7. Not the worst. Nice hacksaw, by the way. Okay. If anyone can still hear, let's just get to the next cave. It's not far. Yeah, there should be another deer up there. Plenty of firewood if I had the time to break it down. But the hacksaw is not the ideal tool for the job. Can't afford it. Okay. Is there something else over there? That's not usual. We need to get there. By going around. It should be safe. Yeah. This cave, at best, probably has a couple of pieces of wood, which were a little bit too heavy to be carrying extra of. Let's just take a glimpse. See if there's anything else or not. Show me the money. The dollar bills, y'all. Okay, some wood. That's not even some wood, it's just some geometry. Okay, no, there's actually... Why does it keep giving me skill books? I don't have time to read skill books.
This will come in handy.
I suppose it will come in handy, Mackenzie. If we need to burn some time. Okay, now we go up this hill. We hope we don't break an ankle. Still haven't made crampons. I think we probably found, at most, a handful of cured leathers. Okay, start the timer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Getting a little bit hairy there. The sun's almost going to set. There should also be, I want to say, possibly a body or a campfire up this direction. Let's just double check. Maybe it has matches. You never know. I can dream anyway. Okay, there's the deer. We'll get that on the way back. There are more maple saplings than we'll ever be able to shake a stick at. And here's the campfire. With... perhaps that's a flare? I'd be okay with a flare. But instead, it's sardines and... Thank God. That was definitely worth the detour. We more than doubled our match number. Yeah, it's getting cold. We're going to have to get to the cave soon. I'm walking this slow. Okay, let's do this. Deer. Not a lot of meat, which means it'll be fast. Quick 15-minute in and out harvest. I'm always so optimistic about how far I can get in a day. I thought by now certainly I'd already be at the radio station and deciding whether or not to forge on to the farmstead. But nope. Not even at the radio station, not even at the cave, not even through the cave. But but I think the calories are going to be worth it. Because that's the biggest thing. We do have the backstop of... We have the backstop of the, what's the word I'm always looking for? The venison that we found. No, we have the backstop of the marshmallow stalks that we found. And the venison is quite nice right now. But if we didn't find that previously, we definitely would have starved. What are these guys circling over? A rabbit or something? Certainly not. What could they be circling over? Oh, it's on the other side of this little rock. I thought it would be right here. Yeah, the wolf still isn't chasing. But yeah, we're getting lots of food. Lots and lots of food. In fact, I'm feeling a little bit more stable now than I'm feeling even in Milton. Because the way going from Milton and finding the next spot, that was kind of rough. Kind of a tough situation. And of course there's nothing in the body and nothing...
Oh, I can still eat this.
That is the best backpack I've seen, and it's barely even 700 calories. In fact, it might even be more like 650. Okay, let's limp over to the cave. We can spend the night in the cave. I think that's probably for the best. We can do any repairs, we can read some of these skill books. Do a little bit more work at keeping cabin fever at bay. I'm already sort of planning out the route to and from Timberwolf. I think we should be okay for a little bit. But yeah, it is rough. We need to find something like a nice parka. Because the ski jacket needs a little bit of a switcheroo. We don't have the ski jacket, the windbreaker. We need to find something that's better than that. Hopefully we'll find it over at the radar station next time. Alright, let's go. Come on. With, as they say, a quickness. Who they? Me. I'm they. Probably nothing worth our time over there, just some rocks and stones. Unfortunately, no rabbits here. My favorite. Well, among them. And if we get sunny weather, we can start a fire outside using our beautiful, glorious magnifying glass. And we can cook some of this venison. We have like 2 kilograms uncooked. Should be around that amount. Starting to get a little bit chilly. But we're still stable. As long as there's not a bear or something crazy around this corner, we're still stable. Yeah, looking good. In fact, there is something crazy. A marshmallow. A single lonely marshmallow. Close enough to safety, we can pick up some of these sticks. I'm sure we can find an excuse to burn it inside. Even if we have to say, make some tea. For example. So now we have multiple hips. 2 hips, one on each side. Okay. So we are basically safe. Let's pop inside, grab a save, and call it there. Yeah, this is good. This is fantastic. A fantastic situation to be in.
Slow me down.
Okay, grab the save. Got it. So I'm assuming that my encoder is lagging somehow. The audio is probably all messed up. But for those of you who are still around and enjoying this, I've been Yuchi, and I've been trying to not starve to death, freeze to death, get nibbled to death, and dehydrate to death. I'll see you people on the proverbial flip side.